Just be warned. Don't say nothing that you wouldn't say. Yeah. Man, apparently I am out of it today. I am a little out of it.
It happens, man.
Am I a television screen? Am I live? I don't know. Speaking of which, where's the chat? Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah, RLM's there.
Oh,
yeah,
RLM's there. Okay, great. Hey, RLM, it's me and Yogi. And that's just an image he sent me because his webcam is broken. He is not, in fact, the El King.
Unfortunately, I am incorporeal at the moment. Cannot be captured on film.
Yep.
Can still open cans.
Man. I gotta say, I've been having like a weird week. So like, as I keep telling everybody, I finished the Babylon manuscript, and we're currently doing edits. We're doing edits left and right to get the thing ready, and so I'm splitting my time between that and actually building the Kickstarter. And one of the things I've been doing a lot of is just trying to, like, basically coming up with the Kickstarter pitch video. And I keep forgetting how much of writing a script is just literally just sitting in the chair and staring into the white void of the page and just going, I don't know. You know, people like to think, oh, you have a brilliant idea. So you run to the computer or whatever and start writing. Wrong. The first thing you have is a goal. You're like, I would like to write thing. And then you sit in the chair and you look at the page and then you look at it some more. And if you're lucky, by the end of the week, you have an idea.
Well, I mean,
you don't have a page. You have an idea.
Well, I mean, how to put it, right? This is why we practice magic, right? Because we acknowledge that our creative endeavors are literally making something out of nothing. We are pulling a rabbit out of a fucking hat. It's like, where do you get your ideas from? I don't know, and no other creative person does. And if they tell you they do, they're lying.
They lie. It just comes to you. It's Harlan Ellison also always used to say Schenectady. You know, and people were like, wait, is he being serious? He's like, no, he's not being serious. He's saying Schenectady for the same reason that Bugs Bunny says Schenectady, which is it sounds funny. You know, it's like, where do you get your ideas, Mr. Ellison? He's like, Schenectady. I'm part of a mail service that sends me 12 ideas every month. And if you give me $100, I will give you the address.
Maybe. But no, I've had that does sound like weird week making material. I had an interesting week, or more specifically, I should say, it's been an interesting week in the world.
Yeah.
It's been an interesting
week the shape of things to come is starting to come into focus again, which is odd because we haven't had that in several years.
You know, let's see, what is it? The fucking more countries are joining in South Africa's lawsuit against Israel. Fucking the UN's health organization is officially like, nah, Israel, you've been fucking lying. We know because our doctors have been there. You've been fucking bombing.
Yeah, I mean, like, it is one of
Uh,
those weird things where it's like, I this world of alternate facts is not really. You do realize that
Actual facts are still there.
actual facts are still there. Shit, there is still a reality that you cannot change by lying about it.
I mean, yeah, so let's see. Within like a week and a half, that's going on. We got 34 felony convictions. Uh, Mexico elected their first female president, and she's awesome.
Yep.
It's a it's an interesting time. It's a shake-up time. It's shit going on.
Yeah. Yeah, it seriously is, and it's very. Yeah, it's very odd, and the oddest thing, is okay. So a lot of people talk about like information silos and social media bubbles and blah 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 blah, like all that. But I had this weird realization. I had this realization, and that is, oh, the problem. Part of the problem is that the media itself is an information silo. And I don't mean the partisan divide. I mean the entire media itself.
Yeah, this is why we have to be. This is one of the major reasons we have to be extremely careful about where our information comes from.
Yeah, especially now that it's all corporate owned. It is either corporate owned or a flat out propaganda arm of a government.
It's honestly come to the point where, okay, when it comes to, I don't want to use the term mainstream news. I don't want to use that term because, fun fact that I learned today, do you know who the first person to use the term mainstream news was?
Wasn't it Nixon?
No, Goebbels.
It was Goebbels. Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. Goebbels coined the term to be like, oh, you shouldn't listen to the mainstream news. You should listen to the truth, which was the rantings of his insane boss. So that's why I'm very careful about the terminology.
Yeah,
Like,
well,
no.
my big thing was always like, you should listen to the truth. And I'm like, well, granted. But are you going to give me an answer other than to just believe what you say? Because I could, because if that's the case, I can spot the liar.
you know. But yeah, so when it comes to, I'll say this: when it comes to news stations, at this point, I get a large majority of what I know. When it comes to stuff I get from like news stations, the two that I pretty much look to at this point is Al Jazeera and Democracy Now. That's
Yeah. Those are usually pretty reliable. Those are usually pretty reliable if you are a Westerner.
yes.
If you are in the Middle East, I would hazard to guess that Al Jazeera is just as biased as like CNN. But because we're not in that direct, I hate to call it a market, but I don't know what else to call it. Since we're not in their direct market, and immediate sphere of influence. It's more trustworthy, much more like if it's a choice between what MSNBC says and the BBC about American politics, BBC is probably more likely to get the facts right.
Yeah.
Like that sort of thing.
What I do appreciate about Al Jazeera, or at least like the form of Al Jazeera. Well, no, it's the same thing that I appreciate about both Al Jazeera and Democracy Now, at least like how we can view them, is that I don't really get opinion pieces. I usually just get, okay, cool. Now what the fuck's happening? Cool. Now what's happening over here?
Yeah.
These are just
I really try to avoid opinions that masquerade as the news, including the opinions that are on the news.
yes.
Because unless we're in a situation where it's like nobody really knows, we acknowledge nobody really knows, and we're making an educated guess. Then I'll listen to an opinion because that's all you got, right? Like great example. I won't listen to and not all opinions are created equal. That's another thing. Well, it's just my opinion. Yeah, but you suck. Like, fuck you. That doesn't hold any water with me. For example, if you are a former intelligence analyst for the United States government, I can trust you to explain the broad strokes of the political situation in given country outside of the United States. Like when it comes to things like Israel and Gaza, like the former intelligence people that they talk to are usually pretty good. Because particularly if they have to actually like deal in diplomacy, because it's really, really important for them to know the facts and the historical trends. And it behooves them not to lie. There are sometimes lies by omission, but it's really bad policy for a person in that situation to make things up or to toe a party line. This is why I don't trust John Bolton. John Bolton is not a real diplomat. He is a propagandist. He's absolutely a propagandist. But there are other people who are not. And part of the reason that American intelligence, particularly under a Democratic administration, is so good is that they don't lie. They also don't tend to talk to the press because of this. Because the president has to be able to trust them.
Well, yes.
And Democrats are much, despite what people say, Democrats are way more media savvy. So they would rather have you say nothing than to tell an outright lie. Because if they know that if you do that, the political situation shifts unpredictably. And you don't want that. You do not want that. You do not want to be caught in a flat out lie. It causes too many problems. One of the things I'm absolutely sure, like the State Department and the diplomatic. Oh God, I forget what America calls it.
What the
The all the ambassadors and their people and the methods of diplomacy, the people who deal with other countries.
it's the
Yeah, I've spaced on the name for it, but like,
Obama banished Hillary Clinton to this job.
oh, that would be the State Department then.
Yes.
Yeah, that would be the State Department. Okay.
Yeah.
So
he banished that bitch to foreign land.
for the banished her to the shadow zone. And I gotta say, like, I actually thought that was a brilliant move because I had a lot of respect for Hillary Clinton's political acumen. She's not a great forthright leader. You give her an agenda and the ability to implement it, she'll get that done. If you need her to inspire people, that's not happening. That is not happening. She can't do that.
Well, I mean, how to put it? It's kind of hard for a woman who campaigned for a senator whose main thing was let's make black people unequal again.
Yeah,
it's kind of hard for that.
Yeah. She made too many compromises publicly for people to trust her as the leader. You could trust, but I'm like, but I totally trust her as the master of spies. Oh, I totally trust her with that job because, I'm like, no, there are very few people who were in those higher offices up until, the last decade and a half that I would have worried about their loyalty to the United States. Like, I never worried about Hillary Clinton's loyalty to the United States.
Oh, no. Hillary Clinton has always been and will always be invested towards the promotion of the status quo. Regardless of my feelings for the status quo, she's dedicated to that.
Yeah. Well, she was dedicated to American supremacy, which there's a part of me that's like, okay, well, that works for me. And I did not hate every move that she made.
She's a very cunning colonizer.
Yeah.
I will admit this.
Yeah. She's very cunning. And like, the funny thing is a guy who honestly, in my opinion, way less cunning, but made up for it in ruthlessness. Dick Cheney.
No, that motherfucker was ruthless. That motherfucker was ruthless while being plugged into the fucking wall.
Yeah. No. That guy would pull any dirty trick on behalf of American imperialism. And I never saw him as a good guy.
You think?
I never saw him as a good guy, but the thing is I'm like, when it comes right down to it, the comparison with Darth Vader, I thought, was very apt.
Do you think?
Because one thing you would never believe about Darth Vader until the very end of Return of the Jedi is that he was behind the Empire 100%. He was not going to betray Imperial forces to the rebels. And that's how I felt about Dick Cheney. It's like he's never going to betray America to a foreign power.
Oh, no, absolutely.
And even a private capitalist power has to be American.
Do you think Dick Cheney and Henry Kissinger got into staring contests? I feel like they did.
Oh, yeah, and I guarantee you Dick Cheney was the one who blinked.
Yeah, of course he.
Yeah,
did,
because Henry Kissinger is ruthless and cunning.
No.
He was.
I was about to say, we don't have to say
Was. Yeah. He's dead now.
He's in the fucking ground where he fucking belongs.
Yeah. And we are left to deal with his shadow. You know, like let me put it this way. If you're like, well, what would Dick Cheney's shadow be? Oh, Israel and Gaza, baby. That's his shadow. That's the fucking like shadow on the wall left by the nuclear blast, you know, of Henry Kissinger.
Oh, thank you for the donation, Flashman. Remember, kids, you better be good, or the Cheney man will get you.
You know, yeah. He'll use enhanced interrogation techniques on you, you know, like. But like, watching him during that one trial where they're like, what would be the limit, sir? What's the limit on how far you would go? And he says, quite frankly, American lives. And I'm like, you know what? I believe that is true. I believe you believe that. I believe that's where this is all coming from.
And then
I mean, you're still a villain, but not a traitor. Just a villain.
Oh, wait. Speaking of politics, I I feel very bad, Jack, because apparently there was a conspiracy documentary from a couple months ago that I missed.
Oh, which one?
I just recently watched it. American Conspiracy, the
Octopus Murders. Yes. Yeah.
It was the minute I saw that it had something to do with the fucking Inslaw thing, I was like, "Oh
yeah.
shit, are we talking about it? We're talking about it. We talking about the Department of Justice fucking stealing shit?"
Dude. The Inslaw scandal is one of the great examples why a global conspiracy cannot happen. Because the only reason we know anything about it is because some motherfucker didn't want to pay.
Yeah.
I mean, like, for a cool $1 million back in the 80s, none of that could have got that could have been a complete secret. But no, someone didn't want to fork over $1 million and decided to just steal it and opened a huge can of worms.
I mean, okay, so let's lay this out on the table right now. Okay.
I'm always shocked by people who don't
know about it.
Who don't know about the Inslaw scandal. Yeah, because I was in hacker circles. That was huge. Not because oh my God, you mean the government is involved in a computer hacking conspiracy? No, that wasn't the fucking thing. The thing is, oh shit, we have the evidence. We have the evidence. We can name names. We know who's in play here. That was why that was big in hacking circles.
Also, I'm sorry. I believe that Danny Casolaro was murdered. I believe that.
No, he absolutely was. I can't. It's one of those. I can't prove it beyond a shadow of Dick Cheney, but he was fucking knocked off, just like Karen Silkwood was. Like, but because here's the thing. Okay, quick. We talk about, like, you know, assassinating certain people. Why don't you do that? It always fucks up. It always fucks up. The most you get is plausible deniability. And in a lot of cases, that ain't good enough because you're dealing with real power. You're dealing with people who have real power, and that's not good enough. That you're still going to get fingered. You know why? Because they know how that game is played.
Okay, so I think we should lay this out a little bit for our listeners here, because I have a feeling that we're here talking about like conspiracies and shit that we know about, and I have a good
Yeah. There's some inside baseball happening, and it needs to be explained to people who didn't live their lives, like steeped in Washington D.C. computer security.
Right, and like how to put it, that's how you know about it, and I
Yep.
know about it because I'm a radical leftist and I don't trust the government.
Yep.
So, wait, hold on, wait, what's this? Flashman's like, come on, Yogi, you really think he was murdered? I bet you think those Boeing whistleblowers didn't actually off themselves. Oh wait.
Yeah.
When are you coming home, Dad? Probably never, son. I have inside information about Boeing.
Yeah, no. It's a the Homer Simpson. It's like, oh, come on, this is the biggest frame up since OJ. Wait a minute. The gloves, the knife, the everything. Oh my God, he did it.
RLM, yes, clearly for the noobs. Yes. Okay. So for everyone out there in
normal world, in normal people land.
In the normal land, but hey, it's after dark here, baby. We get into it. So in the late 80s, early 90s, there was a software company by the name of Inslaw. Technically speaking, the company actually does still exist. It's nowhere near as prolific as it used to be.
Yeah.
And
they created database software.
Yes. Specifically, they created database software for large corporations and government agencies. This was their bread and butter. So at the time, I think technically the trial happens in like 93, I think.
Yeah. The trial itself happened in the early 90s, but like the events actually start in like 1980.
Right. So basically what this is but at this time, and remember everybody, this is like computers are new. But and the only
this happens before the advent of home computing.
Yes.
Some people got computers, but that it was still mainly rich people shit.
Exactly. Now, the places that absolutely have computers at this point are exceedingly large corporations and the
government.
The government. Now, the thing that was distressing at this point was the Department of Justice had no computers.
Yeah.
At this time.
Yeah.
There was no computers.
And because of the baby boomer generation and simply being as big as it was, the individual departments of the Justice Department had trouble keeping track of lawsuits and criminal activity. Yeah, and criminal activity,
which is not good.
Yeah, which is
its entire thing.
Yeah, it's not good. But there's simply so much data, you can't do it by hand anymore. It's not efficient enough, because what would happen is in American law, you're protected from double indemnity, which is basically being prosecuted twice for the same crime. However, because they were still using the old systems, people would be prosecuted for the same crime on the reg, and they wouldn't figure that out until the middle of discovery, which is
And
when they gather both sides gather all the information.
additionally, and I'm sure Jack knows this as well. Additionally, the issue with not being able to get all the data together in a concise manner also means that because of things like double indemnity, someone could get charged with a crime, but then you could only maybe find out later that there was actually additional charges that should have been put to this one thing,
Right.
but now they can't be charged for that. So it was a mess. And so I forget the gentleman's name, but he's one of like the lower branch managers like in the DOJ reaches out to Inslaw going, "Hey, we need to develop we need
Oh, no,
something
no, no. It
here."
was actually the head of the Justice Department at the time.
Oh, okay. Okay, fine. It's the head of the Justice Department at the time.
Yeah.
But and he reaches out to Bill Hartman, who is the creator and owner of the Inslaw company, going, "Hey, we need something." And so Bill's like, "Not a problem, got it." Works for a long time on it, and he comes out with a software called Promise.
Yep.
And this is a major database software, but what's even better about it is that it has the ability to cross reference to related databases that it can hook up to. This is huge.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
This
It's
is
gigantic.
huge.
Yeah, this software is one of the things that the Oracle Corporation it based itself on.
Yes. And and actually, like, if I'm not mistaken, I believe like the the ability to cross-reference data that this software uses is what eventually is part of what eventually leads to the development of like search engines later in the internet
Yep.
boom.
Yeah,
This
search
is a
engines, cloud computing, the whole shebang. Yeah.
yeah, this is a huge piece of software history. um Now here's the thing. There Inslaw had a 3-year contract with the DOJ for this. It was like they give them the software, and over the 3 years, they're supposed to receive payment installments for this. After the first year, the payments stop.
Yeah, and
And
this is during a period of time when the idea of the government not paying you for a contract that you fulfilled, it was pretty unthinkable.
yes, one, it was unthinkable, and two, it was going to destroy this company because
Yeah.
there was so much time, effort, and money that was put into this software development. And Inslaw, even though even though its customers were like big paying customers, this was a massive undertaking and an expensive ass project. So
Yeah.
this contract was like a make or break for the company.
Yeah, because like the United States government was the biggest possible client you could ever fucking wrangle at the time. Like corporations at the time, they were powerful, but they weren't as powerful as the federal US government.
Right.
Like,
Um,
period.
so basically, the people in the DOJ who were directly working with Bill are themselves starting to go, wait, what? Why are the higher ups not paying? We have the software. Why aren't we paying?
Yeah,
And
yeah,
so
yeah. We have the deliverable. Like, do you want to maybe buy it like you said you were gonna?
mhm. And so uh
Because we can't sell this to anybody else. It's a government contract.
exactly. And so eventually, and so like in the process of this, there is a there is a rival company to Inslaw. I believe it's Hadron, or Hardron, something like that. There's a rival computer company to Inslaw that their CEO comes up to Bill Hartman and goes like, "Okay, so here's what's going to happen. We want to buy you out. We want to buy out your company and the software." While in the middle of all this happening, and Bill Hartman goes, "No," and the CEO looks at him and goes, "We have ways of making you sell."
Yeah. Now,
Um,
bear in mind, under these conditions, it would actually Inslaw being bought by another company actually would have been illegal.
yes,
Under the laws of the time, like there could have been no sale, and the American government could have absolutely put a stop to it, easy.
but they did.
But they didn't.
Um, so then what ends up happening is Bill Hartman oh, also something that will become relevant later as we delve into the bullshit of this is that Bill Hartman, before he started Inslaw, he used to work for the NSA,
Yeah.
which, as we all know, is probably one of the shadowiest parts of the federal government that
Yeah,
we
yeah,
know of.
yeah. Shadowiest part of one of the shadowiest parts of the American government, particularly at the time, and also the world's largest employer of computer programmers and mathematicians.
Exactly. Um, so through his government contacts, eventually Bill Hartman gets put in contact with Attorney General Robinson. Attorney General Robinson, who, by the way, everyone like from the '80s will remember this. He was like this idolized Boy Scout of American law and order. This is the man who recused himself from his job rather than listen to Nixon when Nixon told him to squash the Watergate thing.
Yeah.
Attorney General Robinson believed in law, order, in the American way. This man drank milk. Like, you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah, 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 yeah.
Straight
He's
laced
he's
guy.
what's the name of the guy involved in the Trump prosecutions? It's like Jack
Oh,
something.
like no, I know who you're talking about, but yeah, he's like the '80s version of this guy.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
exactly.
you know, so as the attorney general, he looks at this and he goes, "This is illegal. You should sue the Department of Justice." And so he helps them bring a federal court case against the Department of Justice.
Yeah. So bear in mind what is happening here is that a member of the Department of Justice has advised someone to sue the Department of Justice. That because back in those days that was not entirely unusual because the Justice Department understood how fucked up its internal system was.
Yes.
And the only way to get anything fixed is to do shit like this.
Yes. Um, so the case goes to court. It's very public at the time.
It's super public.
It's
Yeah.
very public at the time. Everyone knows that this is going on. And so it goes to court, and the federal judge whom this appears before goes, "No, the Department of Justice is trying to crush a company and pirate their software by stealing it and using trickery and deceit."
Yep.
um I rule in favor of the plaintiff. I rule in favor of Inslaw, and the Department of Justice, I believe, owed $6.8 million in damages.
Yeah. Yeah. Which at the
Um,
time was a very significant amount of
Literally the next day, that federal judge loses his spot on the bench.
money. Yeah.
He gets let
Yeah.
go. One of the Department of Justice prosecutors from this case gets made that federal judge's spot, and then retroactively says dismisses the case and says the Department of Justice owes nothing. And
Yeah.
again, this happens in public view, and it was a huge thing at the time. That the previous federal judge literally went on multiple news networks openly saying it's almost as if the federal government is punishing a judge for ruling against the federal government.
Yeah.
um, like, this was a huge thing, and so that's from the outside. That's what happens, and then there's this guy, Danny Casolaro. Now, Danny Casolaro is a name in
Yeah.
both investigative journalism and and computer engineering at the time, because Danny Casolaro, he was a publisher and editor for Computer Age, which was at the time, it was like the trade magazine for computer
Yeah, and he had
like computer
broken
engineering.
some shit before. Like
He
he
had,
had a track record. He had a track record of doing this, covering this kind of stuff.
right. And so Danny Casolaro kind of gets put onto this as a story, like what the fuck's going on here? Because Danny Casolaro very aptly realizes, wait a minute, this is the federal government. They have billions of dollars at their disposal.
Yeah.
Why aren't they paying for the software? Why are they stealing the software essentially?
Yeah, and the short version of the story is incompetence. That's why that happened. Incompetence.
Well, okay, as to
Now
like
there's
why
more
they,
to it,
yeah.
but basically, because there's a big question, especially when you realize the scope of what happens, that makes you go like, the $6 million is a bargain. That's bottom basement bargains. Everything must go.
Oh god, especially since we both know what the federal government was able to figure out with the promised software.
Yes, it's like, and you could have, and for the cost of like 6 million is a lot, would be a lot to a corporation, but to the United States government, it's nothing. Even at the time, it was nothing. Like you could just rubber stamp it, and this whole problem goes away. And all the stuff that is discovered in the wake of this doesn't get discovered because everyone's happy.
Right. And here and something that Danny Casolaro realizes very early on when considering this, he's like, wait a minute. That is a stupid and bizarre thing to do. And
Yeah.
the only reason you would be doing that is if you were hiding something. It's the only reason to do that is if there's something to hide. So he's like, what is being hidden right now? And he starts to do a little digging. And because he interviews Bill Hartman for this, and Bill Hartman used to work for the NSA, and he still has contacts with the NSA, he helps Danny Casolaro find some leads and do some digging and investigation. What Danny Casolaro ends up finding is that is a man named Eric Bryan. And Eric Bryan is someone who was with Ronald Reagan when he was governor of California.
Yep.
And he stayed with Reagan all up until the presidency, and has always been someone who hovered around the cabinet and around Reagan's circle.
Definitely part of like some form of shadow cabinet.
Yes. And he finds that Eric Bryan at the time is one of the chief executive officers at Hadron, the other software company that was trying to buy out Inslaw to get its hands on this software. Now, why is this important? Because what he ends up realizing and finding out is that Eric Bryan, who is a Farsi translator, because he can speak Farsi, Iranian, and Arabic as well as English.
Yeah.
He is one of Reagan's like point guys for both the Iran-Contra incident as well as the October surprise incident.
Yeah,
which, by the way,
he's a fixer.
Yeah, he's a fixer, and he was involved with all of Reagan's shady shit in Iran. And what we come to find out is that him getting his hands on this software and being able to like own it essentially is part of his payoff.
Yeah.
And then Danny starts wondering, well, wait, why is this software like just why would they do all this for this software? It's big software, but why all this? And this is where again, if you've watched the documentary, Danny meets Mike. Michael is crazy, by the way. I love Michael, but he's fucking
Oh,
crazy.
yeah. He's absolutely nuts.
Absolutely nuts. But this guy, Michael, who, for the sake of brevity, what y'all need to know is that Michael is one of those insane geniuses who's hyper paranoid, but also hyper gifted. And so the government grabbed onto him to keep an eye on him, but also to utilize him.
Yeah. That was very common. That was
Yeah.
very common at the time, particularly when it came to computer stuff, because there were very, very, very few people outside of direct government control who understood how any of that shit worked.
Exactly.
That's why the advent of personal computing was, in the beginning, such a threat, because it empowered normal people and assholes like me to be able to do shit and create and expose huge security loopholes.
Yep. And so this guy, Michael, who has a long ass Italian name that I cannot fucking remember. But this guy, Michael, he, at the time that Danny is talking to him, he worked, or at some point worked for Hadron, and he worked with Eric Bryan. And I need to point out, Hadron is a competitive company, but it also has a lot of government contracts itself. So there's a lot of government work going around this private company. And Michael starts talking to Danny, and he goes like, well, yeah, it was a huge deal, and I know this because I was working with the Promise software when Hadron like got their hands on it. And Danny's like, okay, but why is it such a huge deal? I mean, yeah, it's a big deal because of the database, but and then Mike goes, oh, because of the trapdoor function.
Yeah.
And Danny's like, what? And what Michael begins to explain is that Bill Hartman didn't really realize what he had when he designed Promise.
Oh, he knew.
Well, okay.
He knew. Like,
Okay.
There's no way you don't know this. Maybe you don't say that in a court of law, but there's no way you don't know it does this.
You know what? Okay, that's fair enough. But something that, okay, so what Michael points out that the government knew.
Yeah, the government had figured out. Yeah.
Was that it has this backdoor like loophole in the software where basically, okay, so remember, this is a huge cross-referencing database software. The US government then proceeds to sell this to other governments across the board. And through the backdoor function begins to spy on all the databases of other countries. In fact, and we know about this because, and in the documentary, they even bring up this news clip that happened in the mid 90s, I think, like between like, I think it was like 95 or something, where there was a bit of a whistleblower in the Israeli government because we had sold this software to Israel, and we had told Israel like, oh yeah, no, guess what? You can sell this to the Arab nations around you, like Syria and Jordan, that you're not quite so sure on, and you can spy on them. And Israel was like, oh, that's great. And then Israel found out that we were using the backdoor function to spy on Israel, and then also all the other countries that Israel was spying.
Yeah. Because what the Promise software did, like how this worked, is that all right, so in order to go through all of this information, it has to be able to copy and collate it. You can tell it to copy and collate anything and then send that information wherever you want, as long as it's hooked up to what was at the time the primitive internet. It needs to be hooking up to other machines and shit.
Right.
But like, it will gather that data for you just because you ask. And that's, you could not possibly be a computer programmer who worked with the government and not know that it did that. But, and this is another reason why didn't you just pay them like, why didn't you just pay them, swear them to secrecy and all that shit? What's all this fucking amount of money for? There's no reason for it, you know? But
and this
yeah. And my favorite bit about this is that in the early 90s, when this stuff starts to break, part of the reason the Inslaw Corporation, the head of the Inslaw Corporation discovers this selling it to foreign governments and things like that, is because they get a call from the Canadian government asking them if they can translate the user manual into
into
French.
French. Yeah.
And he's like, wait, excuse me? And they're like, yeah, we have your software, but we need to be able to translate into French. It's highly technical. So we want to hire you to help translate it. And he's like, how do you have this? Because at this point, the government was denying that they had it. They were denying that it existed.
Because
So here's a foreign government, an allied foreign government, but still calling you up saying like, yeah, we need to translate the manual for this software that you developed that no one is supposed to have. Like, literally, you didn't even turn it over to the United States government.
And that's the thing. So because of this, there is now public evidence on record that not only did the Department of Justice pirate fucking software and then sell it to foreign governments to commit a massive network of espionage, which at the time violated multiple international.
It violated everything. And America takes a huge blow because if everyone knows it can do this, you've got one of two problems. One, now they don't trust you, and that's the best case scenario. The worst case scenario is that they have reverse engineered it because now they know it's possible. So, let's review. The American government steals this software, then sells it to foreign governments, but had no respect for the fact that it could be reverse engineered. Because it's not like an airplane. An airplane requires specific materials, fabrication. You have to create a physical thing. Software you can just copy. Now the diplomacy world gets really hazardous and
much more complicated than it already
was. And much more complicated, and at a period of time when we were still reeling from the Iran-Contra scandal.
And what's even better is, what makes it even better is that
yeah. So now there are extra copies of this thing being used by other governments that the United States does not control. So now information about the United States is being sent to foreign governments. This is bad.
Yes. And what makes it even better is that besides now this scandal being connected to Iran-Contra, being connected to the October surprise, and showing that either the Reagan administration that the Reagan administration and the weird shadow cabinet that Reagan had around him are directly responsible for all of this.
Yeah.
Funding for like the money laundering for this also occurred through the Bank of Credit and Commerce International, which itself was already being tried in international court for embezzlement of funds from government.
Yeah. Yeah. It's, and this is why it becomes referred to as the octopus.
Well, no. The reason it becomes the reason it gets referred to as the octopus, because Danny Casolaro, like, he at first he was just writing this for an article, and then he was like, "What? Wait, no, there is too much shit here. This is going to be a book."
Yeah.
Which
Bad for the U.S. Yeah, very bad for the U.S. Very bad. It is a potential apocalyptic scenario, computer-wise, for the United States.
Mm-hmm. And the reason that this conspiracy that Danny is writing about for this book now is called the octopus is because there are 8 individual men who keep showing up as being interconnected to all these different things. And what you find out is that these are people who are, one of them, by the way, is George H.W. Bush, who,
Yep.
least we forget, was head of the CIA at one point.
Yep.
So basically, it's these 8 men who keep popping up, who are either heads or former heads of the CIA or FBI. They are intelligence gatherers. They are fixers who appear in and around multiple, about 3 or 4 different presidential cabinets.
Yeah.
And this is why, and here's the thing: it starts off with this, and Danny talking to Michael, this engineer, about all this shit, and he's like, "I can't believe all this," and then Michael just goes, "Well, yeah, it's kind of like all the shit the government's doing with Doc Johnson out in the desert." And Michael goes, "What?" "Yeah, Doc Johnson." Which, about Doc Johnson, don't you, Jack?
This is where it gets weird.
No, not Doc Johnson. Doc John Nichols. That's it. John Nichols.
Yeah.
You know about Dr. Nichols, don't you?
Yeah. So this is okay. I'm gonna get a coffee because this is where the story gets weird. Up until now, it's a pretty straightforward conspiracy to swindle a corporation out of software
and spy on
other governments. Here's where it goes bananas. I'll be right back.
By the way, I know this isn't necessarily the usual fare on this show, but I hope everyone is enjoying our conspiracy talk. I'm not necessarily one for conspiracy theories because a lot of times it just comes back to ethno-nationalism and racism. But what I love about this one is that it's like, oh yeah, no, this happened. Oh, hi, Melcidon. Hi, Johnny. Reitan Luca, I'm finding it fascinating. I love that. I'm glad people are apparently finding this fascinating.
Yeah, it is fascinating because you're just sort of like you get to see almost every aspect of how an actual international conspiracy works. And the spoilers, not very well. Because in order to be part of a conspiracy, you also have to be prone to conspiratorial thinking. So you have to be a person who is predisposed towards believing conspiracy theories in order to orchestrate a conspiracy on this level, which you might be like, wait a minute, that doesn't sound good for the conspiracy itself. And you'd be right. This is why the idea of the Illuminati or the Triumvirate or the whatever that controls everything is an impossibility.
Yes.
Because the dumbassitude that comes with conspiracy thinking is a requirement for fucking performing one. So if you're like, wait, are you telling me that like you basically have to be a person that would buy everything that QAnon says in order to be part of QAnon? Yes. Yes.
And again, this is why, like, don't get me wrong, there are conspiracies. Of course there are. You know, the minute God crapped out the third caveman, a conspiracy was hatched against one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course there are conspiracies. It's just that, like, the bigger they get, the stupider it gets.
Yeah, the stupider it gets, and the quicker it falls apart under its own weight.
Yes. And the only reason some of these people don't get caught is because the network is so wide-reaching that it's impossible to put it back together again.
Yeah, exactly.
So okay. So Michael, our informant and brilliant, crazy, genius engineer, Michael, I forget his last name. It's like Rizziato or like something like
that.
That.
Who, by the way, is a little fat, greasy ball of a person.
Yes.
You know, it's very weird.
And it's interesting because, like, if you actually do research on this man, he's led a very interesting life. Like, when he was 12 years old, he built a dual telephone system in his town just because he wanted to see if he could.
Yeah.
He got in trouble, and this is actually where he gets picked up by the US government. He got in trouble for manufacturing LSD in the 60s with his friends, like when they were like in their early 20s, but he did it in a laboratory that he built that was underwater.
Yep.
So that it wouldn't be found out.
Yep.
He is both crazy and a genius, and is also a troublemaker. This makes him perfect to be picked up by the US government to both utilize him and keep him out of trouble.
Yep. That's how it was done.
So this guy Michael tells Danny Casolaro, the reporter investigating all this shit, about Doc Nichols.
Hang on.
Oh, what a
I gotta check on something. Hold on. Okay. All right. Hang on. All right. You dog. Oh, shit. I forgot. If you say things like that, the dog actually comes to you. I'm so used to cats who just ignore you.
All good?
Yeah. It's just one of those. I said dog, and the dog came right over, and I was like, "Oh, I didn't intend for that to happen." I don't mind because you're a puppy prince, aren't you? Yes, you are.
Puppers. So Dr. John Nichols is an interesting man, to say the least.
Yes.
Dr. John Nichols has lived everywhere and done everything. If you try to do research on him, you don't get a full story as much as blurbs of what the fuck are you doing. For
Yeah.
instance,
Yeah.
you find him in South America teaching indigenous people how to fire guns and start a coup against their government. You find him in South Africa buying ivory. You find him in Belgium buying and liquidating mass amounts of gold. Like,
Yeah.
this man is everywhere doing everything. Um, he's essentially he's one of he is the example of what happens when you build a silent, small, but fruitful criminal empire without being part of organized crime.
Until you become it. Yeah.
Yes. Um, so at some point, Nichols ends up in now now and this is actually in Jack's state of California.
Yeah.
If you go to Indio, California, which is it's desert territory, and there's a reservation there. It's the reservation of the Cabazon tribe of Native Americans. And Dr. Nichols finds his way to this reservation. And, you know, he has some history of reportedly helping indigenous people in different parts of the world. Obviously, only when it financially benefits him. But he starts up and uh he starts up at the Cabazon tribe and he goes, "Hey, you know, y'all could be bringing a lot more money into the tribe because you know you have sovereignty here. You don't have to deal with a lot of the state and federal laws or taxes even. You guys could be bringing in much more money to this tribe. You could be like selling cigarettes and booze tax free, or you could even, I don't know, start a casino here." The man invents the concept of an Indian casino.
Yeah.
This random
Yeah.
white man
Yep.
strolls in
Yep.
and pitches the first Indian casino to the Cabazon people. And they go, "Well, that sounds good. You say we can see like millions of returns on this? Okay. Yeah, no, come in. You know, they allow him to live on the reservation.
Making money off white people by being the house, and the house always wins. Where do I sign?
Sign.
You know?
Yes, Malsid, I'm the real white savior.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, so they let him and his family move onto the reservation, and he shows them how to set all this up, and they set up huge money-making enterprises, like a huge casino. They set up a gun shop, they set up a tobacco spot, booze, everything. And you know, and of course the mob gets involved, because of course the mob gets involved. There's money being made, you know, like how to put
They're
it.
not getting a cut of the action, you know?
It's not even that they're not getting a cut of the action, it's that the casino is so successful that the mob goes, "We can launder money through this and give you a cut." And Doc Nichols goes, "That sounds great.
Yep.
I have no moral quandaries about this. Go ahead."
Yeah, that's the other thing you gotta realize about this guy. He has no moral compass. None. You like,
and, you know,
the only reason he doesn't do something is because someone either stops him or threatens to kill him, and it's a credible threat.
or it doesn't make him money.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's, I mean, yeah.
So this is going on for a while. And then people in the tribe start going, "Hey, we're not actually making money off this. You are." Because the way that Doc Nichols set all this up him and his family are really the main beneficiaries of all the money coming in. And the tribe's like, well, wait a minute, we're not actually getting anything back from this. And he starts to like delay it and be like, oh no, it's okay, it's gonna come in, you just need like time for this to acclimate, blah blah blah. And I forget the gentleman's last name, but this one person on the tribal council in the Cabazon tribe, first name was Frank, starts really hooting and hollering about this and going like, no, you are clearly stealing from us. You have clearly essentially just pulled another white man trick, and you're stealing money from us.
Yeah. We're seeing returns, but you're seeing big returns. Looks a little suspicious now, doesn't it?
And so Frank goes to a lawyer and goes, how do I get this white devil off our land? Because normally, because again, it's one of these things, because of the independence and sovereignty that this tribe has, legally this gets a little shaky. So Frank goes to a lawyer and is like, how do I get the white devil off the land? And the lawyer essentially goes, okay, bring me evidence of embezzlement and we can do that. So Frank breaks into the tribal office and he starts going through the files. And not only does he find all the information he needs to prove that this is what's going on, he also starts to find plans for chemical testing sites, bomb testing sites.
Yep.
The building, like plans for the building of plants to both manufacture and test highly deadly agents of chemical warfare. And these are being, again, all being controlled by Doc Nichols. And these are deals with both mercenary groups and the United States government.
Yeah.
Again,
on tribal land.
On tribal land,
yeah.
Where the laws of fair play do not exist.
Yeah.
And
so
Frank's like, holy shit.
Yeah.
And Frank's like, holy shit.
Oh yeah, no, it totally is mad scientist shit. Mm-hmm. But hold on, because we ain't done.
No, we ain't fucking done. So Frank's like, Frank grabs all this shit and bolts with it. He goes back to his house. He calls two close friends who he really, really trusts, and two other friends are coming by first thing in the morning to pick him the fuck up and get him to the lawyer's office, because this has now gone way beyond the initial shit.
Yeah.
So the two guys in a truck show up the next morning, Frank's house. Frank don't answer the door. They're like, what's going on? They go round back, and there, in chairs around the fire pit in the back patio, is Frank and his two friends. They have both been shot executioner style back of the head, all three of them.
Yeah.
And these guys knew that Frank had papers because he had called people that he trusted about this. And I do not believe that anyone ratted Frank out. I think what happened is the tribal office is under surveillance and Frank got caught.
Yeah, and the thing is that everybody in a position to do this has motive.
Mm-hmm.
The tribe has motive. The American government has motive. Organized crime has motive.
So they know that there's supposed to be papers that's like has all this crazy shit on it.
Yeah.
They're gone. These three people are dead, and those papers is gone.
Yeah. So the only person who knows who has them is the person that has them.
And the reason this crazy dude Michael knows about this and is telling this to Danny, and again, Danny gets this confirmed through several other federal agents.
Yeah, that not only was this dude a person of interest, but like, oh yeah, when you're talking about like the physical evidence of the shit he's talking about, all confirmed.
Yes.
Some of the softer facts that are harder to pin down, not so much, but like, stuff about like the chemical plants, dude being dead, dude being there, that's all confirmed.
And the reason Michael knows about all this shit is because this dude Michael, he's like, oh yeah, no, I was out there. I was helping him develop some of this shit. Why would you do that? Because that's where the government sent me.
Yeah.
That's where they sent me.
And now this is the point where you're like, wait a minute. You're saying that you were a plant, you were a government plant who went rogue? And
he essentially goes, well, no, I was helping Doc Nichols develop the facilities for his chemical plants because the US government was interested in the biological warfare agents getting made. And basically,
if you just went cross-eyed, you heard it right. Yeah.
And then Danny starts to dig even deeper. And this shit goes further and further. And basically, by the end of this, the evidence that Danny collects seems to suggest that, like, oh, you thought Iran-Contra was a thing? No. Because, okay, we all know how this happened, right? Ronald Reagan and his administration committed treason by going around Congress, circumventing national law and international treaties
and national security
to use laundered drug money from cartels to obtain weapons to illegally sell to Iran so they could then use it to fund the Contras, like in Nicaragua. Okay.
Yeah.
Basically, what Danny finds out as he continues to go further and research this is, oh, that whole concept of the United States government or agents within the United States government working on its behalf, essentially having their hand in the drug market, illegal arms running, all these things just to essentially launder and move around money to create subterfuge, spy on other governments through espionage, and destabilize other. They're just doing it.
Yeah, all confirmed. You just stepped in it.
Yeah, it like confirms that no, these aren't isolated incidents. This is unofficial policy of the US government. This is just what we do.
Yeah. And if you're like, wait a minute, that means that the United States government is essentially funding things to steal and defraud itself. Yes.
I want to point out.
Yes.
I want to point out this is all happening. This is also happening while we're funding the war on drugs.
Yeah. Yeah. You ever see those stories where you're like, well, wait, if this guy was a government agent who was so highly placed, how'd he get caught like this? And the answer is, it happens all the time.
Because this shit's stupid.
Yeah, because it's fucking nuts. No one can keep track of this shit. Ironically, if they had a really good piece of software, they could fucking keep track of all this.
And this is why they wanted promise.
Mhm.
And this is why they wanted the software, and it's why the Department of Justice stole it. So basically, by the end, the documentary goes into way more weird shit. Please watch it; it's great. But basically, what ends up happening,
Yeah, it goes all the way to the Zapruder film and the Kennedy assassination.
I know, it's crazy.
What?
It's real crazy.
Yeah, and not in like a normal way either. It's not like, oh yeah, we funded the Kennedy assassination. It's more like, what?
Well, okay. So, the thing about the Zapruder film, this is so fucked up. Okay, so by the end of it, Danny eventually ends up in contact with this other gentleman. God, whose name is, there's so many fucking people involved in this shit.
Yeah.
Whose name escapes me. But basically, his whole thing is that this gentleman claims to also be someone working on behalf of the US government to essentially launder drug money through several different cartels to get to unofficial agents so they can fund weapons, subterfuge, and espionage in other countries. And the reason this gentleman is used is because professionally, he's a drug runner. He actually is tied to several different South American cartels, as well as the Gambino family in New York.
Yep.
To which the US government goes, organized crime? That's a great way for us to launder money.
Yeah. Oh,
So
but don't kid yourself. It's not that organized.
Yeah. Organized as it can be. And so
you work for organized crime? No, it's not that organized.
I work for assortments of people. So this gentleman, and here's the thing, Danny is initially suspicious of this because it's like, this is a really big claim. Don't get me wrong, all this other shit is big claim, but this guy is claiming to be in a lot of shit.
Yeah.
And so Danny gets put in touch with and they get him on for the documentary, which I fucking love. He gets in touch with a special FBI agent who specifically is involved in like RICO investigations and things like that. And he's like, hey, so have you heard of this guy? And the FBI agent is like, oh, yeah. No. We know that guy. How do you know this guy? We've been trying to get him for a long time. Because essentially he tells him like, yeah, no, he's a drug runner and his services are employed by several different cartels and one or two of the 5 families in New York. So he's big in the underworld, essentially. And it's like, well, if you have all this stuff on him, why haven't you gotten him? Well, because here's the problem. We're the FBI, right? And like, this is our job. Yeah. So this guy has connections to the CIA, the NSA, the IRS.
Yeah.
And basically every time he gets pulled in for something, they make it go away.
Yeah, because one or another agency is using him. So there are all these people. Yeah, so he can't go to jail and he can't be allowed to talk.
And so Danny's like, oh, holy shit. And so throughout this whole thing, Danny is talking to a friend of his who is also an investigative reporter.
Yeah.
This woman, and this is where the Zapruder
film comes in. Yeah.
And it's fucking crazy.
It's fucking crazy. Um, so this woman who's also an investigative journalist is kind of like touching base with Danny about this, and she's a little afraid that Danny's going kind of crazy because he's going down this massive rabbit hole, and she's essentially trying to figure out, is all this shit true, or is my friend losing his mind?
Yeah, because either one is as likely right now.
Exactly.
You know, like she totally believes that the government would do this, but that's not the question. The question is, did they?
Exactly. And so she eventually gets in contact with this man as well. And he brings her to his apartment. And the way she talks about it, she's like, I'm pretty sure this is not actually his apartment. I'm pretty sure this is like a staged safe house.
Yeah.
But they go in. And at one point, he brings out a film projector and he projects something across the wall. And it's the Zapruder film of the Kennedy assassination. We've all seen this. It's like, it's the main thing where we see his head get fucking blown off and Jackie screams, no.
Yeah, but it's from an angle you've never seen before.
Well, no. It's not that it's not from an angle. It's from the right angle. But in this version of the film that she is shown, not the driver, the guy sitting next to the driver, the Secret Service agent sitting next to the driver, pulls out a service revolver, turns around, and in front of everyone shoots President Kennedy in the head. And she's staring at it and going, no, absolutely not. Well, first she's shocked, but then she goes like, wait, no. I've seen this film. I've seen this film before. We've all seen this film before. And then also she starts thinking about it and goes, wait a minute. If there were people around, this was like a cavalcade parade. There were people on the street. If this had happened, everyone would have seen it.
Yeah.
Which is true.
Plus, the footage is clearly doctored.
What? Yes, she notices, and what she says in the documentary is that she notices upon when he runs it by her again, and she sees that like a tree in the background, the bottom of the trunk is missing, meaning that this whole scene of the Secret Service agent turning around and shooting President Kennedy in the head, that is fake. It is doctored. That is not real because that did not happen. And so the documentarians are like, wait, why did he show you that? And she says, I think two reasons. One, to discredit me because that sounds insane. So no matter what I tell you, because I've told you that, it makes me sound crazy.
Yeah, if I believe that, I sound nuts.
Exactly. She doesn't believe it, though. She's like, no, that's clearly a doctor thing. And they're like, okay, well, what's the other reason? And she goes, I'll tell you. He showed me this. I realized it's a doctored fake clip. And I turn to him and I say, you expect me to believe that? And he looks at me dead in the eye and says, no, only to remember, nothing is ever as it appears. So basically, he wants her to know that they have the ability to do that.
Yeah.
That they have the ability to commit giant smoke screens and disinformation.
Yeah.
So Danny starts talking to this man a little too much. And what ends up happening is Danny goes to a hotel in a town in West Virginia because this gentleman, this very shady, scary ass gentleman, is saying like, oh yeah, for this investigative thing that you're doing, yeah, I can put you in contact with a guy who's ex-military intelligence. Danny says, oh, awesome. Because remember, Danny is writing a book about this whole fucking conspiracy. And so Danny goes to this hotel where he's supposed to meet this man. He walks into his hotel. He does not come back out of the room. The next day, Danny's body is found in the bathtub of his hotel room, and his wrists have been cut. Everyone assumes it, well, not everyone. It's basically made to look like a suicide, but the medic who gets there first is automatically suspicious for two reasons. One, there's bloody handprints on the bathroom wall, and he's like, this dude slit his wrists in the tub. Did he like get up and
Yeah. So you're telling me this guy slit his wrists in the tub, got out of the tub, ran around the apartment, and then got back in the tub? I call shenanigans.
Yeah, no, exactly. And rightfully so. Rightfully so that the medic calls shenanigans.
Yeah, and the other thing that the autopsy reveals is one of those.
No. There wasn't an autopsy. There was no autopsy.
The coroner.
This is
the initial investigator, the guy would examine the body before it gets hauled off and you cut it up and stuff.
Exactly.
He's like, this is the least efficient way to kill yourself.
And also what he notices is, if I remember correctly, Danny's right wrist had 6 slashes in it, and his left had 4.
Yeah.
Multiple of these slashes in each wrist were deep enough and haphazard enough that they severed tendons.
Yeah.
So it would have been physically impossible for him to cut both of his wrists when essentially his hands were inoperable.
Yeah, because what's the problem with crucifying yourself? It's a real bitch getting that third nail in.
And so the medics on the scene are like, this ain't right.
Yeah.
It's not correct.
It's got hit that went wrong written all over it.
And something to point out is that Danny's brother, Tony Casolaro, is a medic. He's a doctor. So literally within 24 hours of Danny's body being found. And something to point out is that because Danny was investigating all this, he was talking to his brother about it. And I think maybe about a month prior to Danny dying, he told his brother Tony, if something happens to me, don't believe it's an accident.
Yeah.
So,
this is a total Karen Silkwood incident.
Yes. And so within 24 hours of Danny dying, Tony gets the call about it, and he goes, and he's like, wait a minute, no, this is all wrong. This doesn't make any sense. And on the phone, he's talking to the police chief in this town, and he goes, okay, so who did the autopsy, and when is the autopsy, if it hasn't been done yet, and if it has been done, who did it? Oh, no, there was no autopsy. He was embalmed immediately. What?
Yeah, something that is never done.
Because a fun thing, if you know anything about medical examination, having the body embalmed is going to make it virtually impossible to actually get a clear. If you were to do, you can do an autopsy after embalmment, but it makes it exceedingly hard to figure out what the fuck happened.
Yeah. There's a lot of information that is just now lost that can't be found.
And so Tony starts and there's news clips of this, because basically what happens is Tony starts shooting off and going, my brother was fucking murdered. And I know he was murdered because he was investigating some weird government shit and blah, blah, blah. And so this sparks there's for a couple months, there's news cycles with journalists going, wait a minute, is the government killing journalists?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
And there's like news clips of like the medics who found Danny's body being interviewed going, no, that guy was murdered.
Yeah, but yeah, one of those, yeah, suicide in this case makes no sense. Yeah, the facts just don't add up.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and fun fact, the shady, weird drug running guy who most likely set Danny up to die, about like a couple years later, he gets involved with like this huge like Wall Street embezzlement thing through a Swiss bank. The Swiss banker gets put on trial, and this gentleman conveniently dies of a heart attack and is cremated within 24 hours in Spain.
Yeah.
And this guy, Michael, the crazy dude, Michael, who the documentarians get in touch with and actually start talking to, goes like, oh no, yeah, no, that guy's alive. He's totally alive. I've actually seen him both inside and outside the United States. He's alive. Which again, we have no hard evidence of that, but goddamn if it don't make sense.
Yeah, like it's really weird because someone in the chat, I forget, someone in the chat said, man, oh no, it's Knitting Samurai. It's amazing how well Refuge and Audacity works. Yeah. Yeah, spot on. This is that, like, some of these moves are so audacious that you're like, no one's this stupid. This can't be happening. No one's this dumb.
But they are.
Yeah, but they are. They
And
are. They are that dumb.
But that's the thing. That's actually part of how people get away with shit like this, because everyone's like, that's too stupid.
Yeah. It's like, wait, I raped someone's dog to keep Ronald Reagan from voting on gay rights? What? That doesn't make any sense. That's not a real thing, by the way. I just made that up off the top of my head. But it's but you find that kind of shit all the time because you're like, what?
And the scary thing is that it actually works half the time. That's the scary
Well,
thing.
yeah. They can pull it off and they get away because of plausible deniability.
Yes.
You know, now imagine this. You are at the center of one of these conspiracies. You're one of its orchestrators. And something like this happens that you have no direct control, you had no direct involvement in. If you're a normal person, your brain goes, it's got to be one of the others. I can't believe it. It was Spicoli the whole time. You know, like that's where your brain goes. Not these people. These people are so paranoid. Their first thought is, who in my own organization is trying to off me?
It's not someone from the outside. It's got to be someone on
It's
the inside.
got to be someone on the inside. And you're like, no, it doesn't. But they're convinced. Why? Because they can't figure it out. They can't figure it out either.
And they're the smartest boys.
Yeah, and they're paranoid. And that's where the paranoid mind goes.
That's the thing, right? Because if you're paranoid and you can't figure something out, that means that there's an additional conspiracy.
Yeah, because remember this, because somebody did it. But now all the information that you need to make a solid connection is gone. So everyone else in all of these conspiracies is as in the dark about what really happened as you are.
And actually, isn't that really the most terrifying thing?
Yeah, the world is rudderless. No one is in charge. Nobody.
Simultaneously, there are big conspiracies.
Oh yeah. This is a legit conspiracy.
No.
Like
no. But it's the idea. It's the idea that like simultaneously there are big conspiracies, but everything is so disjointed and disconnected that no one is actually in charge of anything.
Yeah. Yeah, because they're all working against each other inside the same organization. They're not just paranoid for no reason. You are in a conspiracy with a bunch of other paranoid and treacherous motherfuckers.
Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're not out to get you.
Yeah. Gosh, get out of your bubble, but they can't. There's nowhere to go. What I'm telling you is that Burn After Reading was a documentary.
And
And the events happened in real time. Like, that is a great example of how this works. Because you just, like, the whole time you're like, this makes no fucking sense. What the fuck is going on? No, that's all day, every day. Holy crap.
Yeah, it's just, and ultimately, okay, the big lesson from all of this beyond, there's several big lessons from all this. One, what we both just said about how, no, all the conspiracies are real, but they're so fucking disjointed and everyone is so paranoid and in their own fucking thing that no one actually knows what anything is doing and there's no actual control of anything.
Yeah.
That's big lesson number one. Big lesson number two is just because there's an organization doesn't mean it's organized. And big lesson number three is, yes, the government, the United States government has since time immemorial been systematically fucking everything.
Oh, yeah. Like, it's... And in this weird-ass backwards way, it's almost not its fault. Because that's just the nature of this. People, like, how to put it, human beings have the ability to outsmart themselves.
So basically what Yogi is saying, children, is that the reason that radical leftists hate statism is because this is the result of statecraft.
Yeah.
This is where it goes.
Yeah. It always ends up here. And the more that is at stake, the more complicated it gets. Not just for personal inner moral compass reasons. You got to remember, most of these people have no moral compass. They're not bothered by that. It's literally you cannot keep track of all the fucking activities as a human being. But your biggest security fucking leak, one of the biggest security leaks, is always going to be the fact that you cannot remember everything. So people need to write shit down. They need to have shortcuts. And these things can be stolen and guessed at.
Files, be they physical or digital, do need to exist somewhere.
Yeah. Otherwise, that information's going to get lost. Like, period. So what's your poison going to be? Are you going to forget it? Or, are you going to keep it in your own head just so no one else has it? Or does someone else need it? Or does someone else want it badly enough? Diddle-doo. Yeah. So when people tell me, for example, when people tell me things are under control, I'm like, no, they are not. Not at this level. They're so obviously out. It is so obviously out of control because the thing that is making it out of control is also the thing that is trying to maintain control. Us, people. We both create the problem and the solution.
Consider, guys, what Jack and I just spent like an hour or so breaking down and explaining to y'all is not one big conspiracy. It's several large conspiracies that accidentally intertwine into each other without intending to.
Yeah, without intending to. The guy who swindled Inslaw out of the fucking money is not necessarily the guy who sold it to foreign governments without telling anybody, who is not necessarily the guy.
No, he was just trying to get Eric Bryan his payoff.
Yeah.
Because he was incentivized by the Reagan administration to do so. That was it.
Yeah. So, if one motherfucker had just cut a check, none of this would have been discovered. Because who would have complained?
Like Doc Nichols out in Indio, California. By the way, I don't know if you saw. He's doing 5 consecutive life sentences now for because they got him.
Surprise!
Well, they legit got him on both murder and conspiracy to commit murder. Like, so he's in jail now. But like Doc Nichols and the weird shit he was doing for different random people in the U.S. government and shit, that didn't have necessarily anything to do with Inslaw.
Yeah.
There's just a random like 2 bubbles over arced.
Yeah. One of the things I did think it was about interesting, and this is about the documentary itself, was you watch this documentary and because part of the documentary is about the assemblage of the documentary itself.
Which I think is fascinating.
Yeah, which is fascinating. But one of the things that is very clear, is that the documentarians have no acumen for spycraft. None whatsoever. They do not possess the mindset. They want to know the truth, and they're really good at collating information. But they don't know how to, yeah, which is a very good skill. Like that's where the documentary shines. But when
because they're able to collect a bunch of information, they're able to find the sources they need to talk to actually verify things. And again, the reason why we're even bothering talking about all this shit is because literally throughout the documentary, they find multiple either active or retired members of federal bureau agencies going, yeah, nope, that fucking happened.
Yeah. So these guys are not stupid. They don't possess... They're not tricky. And in order to really, really understand these people, you have to be tricky. Because there's this one moment where they're talking to the guy, Michael, where they're talking to Michael. And Michael's being very vague at stuff, and they're getting really fed up with him. Because they can't confirm half the things that he says. And they're getting a little scared of him. And they don't know what to do. And so they just get into an argument with him. And I was like...
He starts screeching. It's bad.
Yeah, it's bad. And I found myself going like, wrong move. Because let me tell you the right move. You know, because Michael's talking about like, oh my God, people are planning to kill me, blah, 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 blah. And you're trying to get to the truth. What do you do in this situation? You bluff. You bluff. And you go, yeah, I know, man. It is crazy how enemies and allies often switch places. I mean, you got into this car, didn't you?
fuck with his brain.
Yeah. Yeah, because he could spill. He could spill. You know, he could spill in that moment. Because he's got assumptions about who you are, and now all of a sudden you've thrown a monkey wrench into it. And so he has to very quickly, on the fly, figure out, A, if you're bluffing. And that's going to immediately lead him to, what are the consequences of him not bluffing? What does that mean? Who's he working for? And once he starts thinking that, you got him. He now either has to run or he has to tell you something. And he's already not telling you something. It's a risky move because he could shoot you. He could try to kill you immediately, right there. You're in the driver's seat and he is in your car. You've got him. He is at your mercy.
And also, it's so fascinating, by the way. If anyone, while listening to us talk about this, if anyone's going, well, wait, if this was such a big thing, then how can this documentary get made? How can y'all be talking about it? How can y'all know about it? Blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, well, consider, because at this point, anyone who could be held accountable for anything that occurs in this massive weird ass story is either dead, missing, or so much time has passed that there is no statute of limitations that they can't weasel their way out of.
Or is so nuts, it doesn't matter if they talk.
Because no one will believe it.
Because you can't trust it. And that's where Michael sits. Because it's clear the guy's really smart, but he's also bonkers. And people are like, was he bonkers before or because of everything that has happened? And you don't really know.
Six of one, half dozen of the other.
Yeah, exactly. So now all of a sudden you're dealing with a very unreliable narrator, you know, who may believe his own lies. Uh-oh. Now you've hit a snag. You know?
And as Jack pointed out, they can't confirm half of what Michael says. The other half they can confirm, but that still leaves a massive amount of shit that they can't.
Yeah, because it's such an incredible claim that you need incredible evidence to believe the whole thing. But only half of the evidence is already incredible. So, what do? Does it matter? Does it matter anymore? Because it might not.
The stuff that is confirmable is already fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, work yourself to a shootout, brother. You know, like, yeah, possibly.
Flash, we're not gonna lie, this is the most batshit crazy game of 6 Degrees that I've ever heard of.
Yeah. This is why I take anything that someone in the intelligence community tells me with a huge grain of salt. Not because I think they're lying. I mean, they could be. Because they might not actually know the truth. In fact, they are simultaneously in the best situation to know the facts, but also believe the misinformation.
When your whole thing is information gathering and espionage, that's kind of where you are.
Exactly. Exactly. So when people are like, for example, like one of my favorite, like commonly believed urban myths is that FDR knew about Pearl Harbor and allowed it to be attacked in order to create a pretense for war. That is a total urban myth because we actually know what happened. They knew that an attack was most likely going to happen, but they had no idea when or which of the 3 targets it was going to be. But Pearl Harbor was one of them. And the analysts who had cracked the Enigma machine had the information that would have told them that it was Pearl Harbor and it was at this time. However, they were so buried in useless information. Because remember, Enigma was used for all communications across the Axis.
Mm-hmm.
All of it. So, most of the information is like, yeah, what are you thinking of getting for dinner today? You know, like, oh my God, my wife found out about my mistress. Like, shit you don't care about. That they didn't find the missive until hours ahead of time, before the attack was imminent. They rush it over to the president and get it to him mere minutes before Japan makes the formal declaration of war after the attack had already happened, because there had been miscommunication on the Japanese side about the timing.
So did we have access to the information that said it was going to happen? Yeah. Did we get to it in time?
Fuck no. We did not. You know, we did not get there in time. And because here was the big trick. The Japanese did, once they left the China Sea, all the ships involved in Pearl Harbor ran silently. They all knew the plan by heart. There was no need for it, and they did that so there would be no need for external communication between the ships. And it worked perfectly. They pulled that off perfectly. Unfortunately, that was the problem. When the fucking guy came back from the attack on Pearl Harbor and you know, famously says to Emperor Hirohito, I fear we have woken a sleeping giant and filled it with horrible resolve. He was absolutely right. He was absolutely right. The worst thing that could have happened for Japan is succeeding on this.
It didn't get those destroyers, man.
Whoa. Damn. Well, like, in true American style, we just overwhelmed them.
Yeah.
We just overwhelmed them. You know, like, the aircraft carrier is what won the Battle of Midway.
No, man, that's the whole point of being in a gang. You don't ever have to handle your shit like a man. We believe in overwhelming force.
Yes. You know, because the admiral, the Japanese admiral, you know, he could do math. I don't know how else to put it. He could do math, and he is like, if America mobilizes against us, they have like they outnumber us 1 to a million.
There's literally no way I can crunch this that we win.
Yeah. Yeah. If they cower, we're fine, but I don't think that's gonna happen. I think they're gonna get mad because that's what America did in the that's what happened to America in the last war. Everything was fine until the Lusitania sank.
And even then, we weren't 100% sold either.
No, we still needed some convincing. But
you just outright fucking attack an American base and its civilians? No, fuck that. You're done.
Yeah, and it's also like he also knew history, so it's like, do you know what America did last time something like this happened? They created air warfare.
The fuck are they gonna do now?
Yeah, what's gonna happen this time? Nuclear weapons. That's what happened.
How to put it? September 11th, 2 planes hit the World Trade Center, and we throw the Middle East into another level of poverty entirely.
Yeah. Turns out the Stone Age is pretty good. There are levels below that.
You know how we know? We put people there.
Yeah, we do that. That's what we do. If we could bomb you past the Stone Age, man. You know, it's like I keep saying, America's big problem is that it cannot hold on to territory. Patton was right. Patton was 100% right.
Oh, no, we're not. No. We don't hold on to territory, nor do we like set up provisional colonial government. We bulldoze shit and keep going. That's what we do.
Yeah, we do not hold on to territory. Let the Hun do that. We are constantly advancing, and we hold on to nothing except the enemy. You know, that quote's real, by the way.
We will rip through them like crap through a goose.
Yeah. Yeah. Most of those famous, like, you know, lines delivered by George C. Scott, they're direct quotes from Patton. That guy was nuts, but he was right. You
magnificent bastard, I read your book!
Yeah, the man literally learned to read German so that he could read Rommel's treatise on tank warfare to defeat him, which he did. He was able to defeat Rommel, the master of tank warfare. That would be like, to put that in like mythical American terms, that's being able to out-defense Stonewall Jackson.
The only good defensive strategy. I'm sorry. Beyond all of the other horribly obvious and hateful shit I can say about the Confederacy, Robert E. Lee was a punk ass bitch.
Oh yeah,
terrible general.
Oh yeah.
Stonewall Jackson was the only good ship they fucking had.
Stonewall Jackson was legit skilled. Like, he legit was good. But one general can't win the war by himself.
You want to know a fun thing to do? You go up to an old white Southern man and just very quietly whisper in his ear, Sherman's coming.
Sherman's coming. Yeah. Dude. Well, like, I mean, to be fair, what General Sherman did at the time probably was extremely unthinkable.
I will say this.
I mean, that was a 9/11 terrorist move that he pulled off.
I will say this. There is actually one thing that General Sherman did wrong.
Oh yeah.
Stopped.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, and in fact, like some of the shit Sherman did was formed part of the backbone of Patton's plan.
Yep.
You know, because Sherman, when he burned down Atlanta, no, that was we do not hold on to territory. We just burn the motherfucker down.
Should have kept going.
Holy crap.
Should have kept going.
Well, like, yeah. It's like, and so the one thing I will give Confederate fans, they're like, Sherman should have been put up on war crimes. I'm kind of like, yeah, granted. The man was ruthless.
Actually, no, speaking about this period of history, I found it. I can't wait for it to get here. I ordered it earlier today. I ordered myself a lovely new T-shirt. It has an image of John Brown wearing sunglasses on it, and in big bold letters, it says, "John Brown did nothing wrong."
Oh my God.
And I'll be perfectly honest with you, I agree.
Yeah, didn't in the Lincoln documentary, Spielberg Lincoln movie, he was wasn't he played by fucking Agent K?
I think, you know what? Hold on. Let me let me double check. Lincoln movie. John Brown.
Yeah, we're talking about the one with like Daniel Day-Lewis as Lincoln. It's got a huge fucking cast.
And John Brown was definitely depicted in that, right?
Oh, yeah, he had to have been. That's a lot of shit that happens in this movie.
Do you know Harriet Tubman herself said, and I quote, "John Brown is the greatest white man to ever live."
Yeah, that guy was a diehard abolitionist. Like he would have tried to have fucking
Jay Tilton, I love that. Yogi as a Kansan, I agree with that shirt. That's fucking right. He fought for Kansas. Kansas knows.
Okay, Lincoln war drama. All right, who Tommy? Oh, no. Tommy Lee Jones played God damn it. Thaddeus.
Yeah, oh, okay. Yeah. And as Vona Riccardi points out, Ethan Hawke played John Brown in the miniseries Good Lord Bird.
Thaddeus Stevens. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so maybe they didn't get into John Brown because I thought that was Tommy Lee Jones.
I'll tell you something. When I was,
but I mean, like I said, it's a very dense film. There is a lot of people in that thing.
I'll tell you, when I was, okay, so one of my cousins for a while worked in Washington, D.C. for the, he worked in the Department of Education for D.C. for a little while. And I remember, I think I was about 12 years old. We went to go visit, and it was summer, so of course this means, we're gonna do like tourist attractions in like the Maryland and West Virginia area. And we went to Harper's Ferry, and my 12-year-old little brain went, John Brown's a fucking hero.
Dude.
And damn Skippy
is. Dan Skippy. Oh no, they may not have gotten into John Brown. Because he was executed before the American Civil War happened.
Yes.
Yeah, by like 1 or 2 years.
I remember, like, I've heard a historian about John Brown say, look, did he aim to terrorize the South? Yes.
Yeah.
And he succeeded.
Yeah. Oh man.
Well, it's funny because, like, I remember also, like,
yeah, let's see. Brown has been variously described as a heroic martyr and visionary and as a madman and terrorist. I'm like, no, all of that is true.
Oh, absolutely. It's
all of that is true. He was nuts. The guy was nuts. A saner person would not have taken the stance that he did. Thank God he was not a sane person.
He was, how to put it, he was nuts, but he wasn't crazy. He wasn't actually insane. He was just very much like, I'm a Christian man, and I believe that means slavery needs to die.
Yeah.
And I was like, yes.
Yeah. Like he, in many ways, Thaddeus Stevens is like kind of the watered down John Brown. You know?
Do you know that there was William Weston Patton, who was an abolitionist and pastor at the time? He wrote a song called the New John Brown Song, and it was to the lyrics. It was to the tune. I'm sorry. The lyrics were set to the tune of the Battle Hymn of the Republic, and legitimately, Black Union soldiers, when fucking marching on Confederate land, would sing this shit loud as fuck to scare the shit out of Confederates.
Oh, actually, I just thought of a really good way of describing John Brown. Okay. If you were to do John Brown is like one of the fucking American characters from Inglourious Bastards. Like, he was that kind of guy. You know, if he had been in World War II, he absolutely would have carved swastikas in Nazis' foreheads.
And we would have loved him.
Yeah. And he'd have been a national hero. You know?
We're just tickled pink to hear you say that.
We're just tickled pink to hear you say that. Frankly, watching John Donnie kill Nazis is about the closest thing we get to getting in the movies. Hey, Donnie, man wants to stop a country. Oblige him.
Oblige him.
Yeah. John Brown was apparently like that kind of guy.
Yes, Jay Tilton. Yes, John Brown's body lies old John Brown's body lies a moldering in his grave, while weep the sons of bondage who he ventured all to save. But though he sleeps, his life was lost while struggling for the slave. His soul is marching on. John Brown was a hero, undaunted, true, and brave, and Kansas knew his valor when he fought her rights to save. And now, though grass grows green above his grave, his soul is marching on. I fucking love that shit.
Yeah.
There's a verse in that song, or was it? It's he captured Harper's Ferry with his 19 men so true, and frightened old Virginie till she trembled through and through. They hung him for a traitor, themselves the traitorous crew.
Yeah.
But his soul is... Yeah, no. I love how, like, even back then, it's like, no. They're traitors.
Yeah.
They're fucking traitors.
Yeah, they betrayed the liberty of America.
It's like,
you know,
well, we were fighting for states' rights to do what?
So stories to do what? You know, yeah. You know, like, yeah, that's, you know, the great myth of, you know, the lost cause. It's like, no, it was about slavery. Like, flat the fuck out. Like, when you actually like do any research into it, you're like, oh no, this was absolutely about destroying the institution of slavery. Well, there are economic reasons for that. Yeah,
Based
but
around
slavery, but this was the specific thing. You cannot separate the fight against slavery from the American Civil
Literally.
War. You literally cannot do it. It's
Literally every single article and letter of secession from the states that seceded. And I want to point this out. Like fucking like lost causers all the fucking time. They'll say like, "Oh, well, you know, the lower set like the initial like 7 states that seceded, yes, they said it was because of slavery, but the upper southern states seceded because of the northern aggression." And I'm like, "No, because even
No.
the upper southern states, in their letters of secession, openly say it is to defend the lower South's right to have slaves."
Yeah, so they pulled this after the Civil War. They pulled this hat trick where basically the traders got to claim the you know, found a way to claim the moral high ground. And you're like, wait a minute. The South cannot claim the moral high ground here.
No, it can't. And then whenever they're, and again, and besides like the articles of secession, my favorite thing to throw at them is like, "Hi, so the cornerstone speech."
Yeah.
Well, that was an impromptu speech. He gave several identical speeches within the month before.
Yeah, because that had been
It was the
because of that speech. That's why everyone gathered at that moment. He had been using it.
Yes.
You know, it's like, well, Mein Kampf is not a perfect example, but like, it was that sort of thing.
Yeah.
You know, like
it was the rallying cry.
Yeah. People gathered around it because that's what was being said. He wasn't hiding it. The South wasn't hiding it at the time. They wanted to be aristocrats. I said it. They wanted to be aristocrats. Straight the fuck up.
Now, Count Jackula, are you implying, sir, that they wanted to be landed gentry just because of these odd palatial mansions, because of their cravat? Oh, actually,
They didn't just want to be they didn't just want to be landed gentry. They wanted to be Versailles.
Yeah.
You know, like
just because they were. Oh yes, that's right. They were ardent Francophiles. You know what? No, I see it.
Yeah. You know, like no, straight up. They wanted to have that level of status and control. That's what they had been working on. You know, like the conservative movement in America imitates that structure for a reason. And that reason is that's historically what they've wanted. And somehow, now this is the real hat trick that I was like, but somehow they were able to get this is how racist America is, children. Its religious institutions have racism built in.
it's been one of those really weird things for me to try to explain to people that, like, look, I'm not trying to forgive the Christian church. I'm not. But I've tried to explain to people that I'm like, no, the the racism, classism, and homophobia that we experience in the Christian church in America is very uniquely American.
Yeah. Like in Europe, um, they suffer from a lot. Don't get me wrong. Like in Europe, there is still a huge amount of racism in its religious institutions, but it's racism, which is intrinsically connected to its nationalism, is more of a bug because it's not strictly necessary. They don't actually need that except as a pretense for war.
Mhm.
In America, the racism is a built-in feature. It's deliberate.
Yeah.
Everything that you associate with American racism is built into its religious institutions. From day one. You know, you don't get to claim that this whole thing was started by religious pilgrims and that somehow got infected by racism. They were the ones who established the racism.
To answer questions in chat, Jack did not get a dog. The dog is the neighbor's. It just likes to visit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the neighbors have come home. So that was the dog running out to go home. You know? But yeah, like racism in Europe was more about national policy, not religious, not religious. Oh God, what was the word? I just used it. It was national policy, not necessarily religious policy.
Right.
Although it was in there. It was in there because there's no way you could avoid it when your biggest. There can't not be racism if you pull off the crusade. If you try to do the Crusades, let alone if you try to do them 9 times. Yeah. But that's also because it was used as a pretense for war. In America, it was a pretense for slavery.
You know, just because you brought up the Crusades, I gotta ask, because okay, first of all, I'm sick and fucking tired of fucking white people on the internet say, like, you know, well, I'm just tired of white people on the internet. I'm tired of white people on the internet fucking being like, I always think about the Roman Empire. No, fuck it.
Fuck it.
Fuck
What
that.
you're thinking about is the Holy Roman Empire, and that is a very different beast. First of all.
Well, also, I just want to point out, fuck that one too. Do you know what empire? Do you know what one? Okay. There are 2 empires and 1 cultural mainstay that I actually think about quite often. The Persian Empire.
Oh yeah.
Ottoman.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Those were
The Persian Empire.
those were all legit empires. Actually,
Ottoman
so was
Empire.
the original Roman Empire, but like
Yeah, but it
the reach of Rome in anywhere but Europe and Northern Africa was pathetic.
Exactly.
You
That's why
know,
I say,
especially compared to the Phoenicians.
oh God, yes. But this is why I say the Persian Empire, the Ottoman Empire, and then, am I crazy? I think personally, if I had a time machine, I would love to see the golden age of Islam. I would love to go and see that.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Baghdad at its height. Can you imagine? Dude,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what,
Yeah.
Jack? You, me, let's build a time machine. We're going back. We're going to see it.
Yeah.
The food alone, Jack.
Yeah, because what you're going to find if you do that is an empire that's much more like America.
Mm.
It's much more like America. You know, the way it was run, even though it had the caliphate and all of that, and it had nobles and things. The culture was actually much more like America. You know, why were there crusaders headed there? How did they get in? What happened? They were a global empire.
Yeah.
You can't have closed borders and be a global empire. It doesn't work.
Isolationism is a terrible policy if you want to be a global power. It's
terrible. Especially for America. Especially for America, because remember, we can't defend. We were really, really bad. We're not very good at defense.
I'll be honest with you. Now I think about it also, if I had a time machine, I would go back to that time period. One thing I would do to completely attempt to alter the course of history, I'd go back to that period. I would go up to the Sultan of Baghdad, like, "Hi, that letter you're about to send back to the don't do that.
Don't do that. Do not threaten the Mongols. Do not threaten the Khan. Do not invoke the name of God." They don't. Not only do they not care. Oh, and definitely don't kill their messenger.
Yeah, just all that.
Never
don't
kill
do that.
a messenger from the Horde. Ever. That is a death sentence.
Flashman, quick, copy the library before the
Khan gets here. Yes.
Save the Baghdadi House of Wisdom, for God's sake.
Yeah, because those motherfuckers will fucking... Damn.
I'm just...
They fucking went through and destroyed all of those. Every book. You know, like rivers running black with the ink. They kept... They destroyed everything but the technological know-how. That's the thing they kept.
Jack, all I'm saying is I believe that I deserve to live in a world and live in a timeline where the Golden Age was allowed to continue and possibly defeat the start of Wahhabism. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm saying,
well, there are two events that you have to stop. There are potentially two events which could stop the position the Islamic world is in right now. And one of them is actually fairly recent. One is not the formation of Saudi Arabia, but the way it shook out.
Mm-hmm.
You have to keep one guy from dying.
Oh, you're talking about like the rise of the House of Al Bin Saud as it occurred.
Yeah, you have to keep him from being assassinated by his nephew.
Yes.
If not for that, I mean, if he had not been assassinated, Saudi Arabia would have shook out way differently, like 180 degrees in the other direction.
Well, you're saying the death of the progressive philosophical man was a bad idea.
Yes.
Ah, well.
Yes. Yeah, because that guy, he believed in education. He was I forget what you call apostle's the wrong word, but like he was really into Rumi.
Yeah. He was into Sufism.
He was really believed women should have equal rights so that the future of the nation would rest with them.
He pointed out the fact that the prophet, peace be upon him, taught his daughters how to drive chariots and shoot arrows. So
Yes.
they're, you know,
Yeah. It's really funny because, like, of all those guys, I believe he read the Quran from start to finish and really absorbed it.
which, as someone who has read it and is not Muslim, it's very fucking hard.
Oh yeah, it's very difficult to read.
It's a dense goddamn book.
Yeah, it's not only gigantic, but like one of the things that actually helps pull it together is that it was assembled. They began assembling it in Muhammad's lifetime. You know, so they had the guy right there.
Mm-hmm.
So it's way more accurate to the words of the prophet than the Bible is, or any of the individual gospels.
Yes.
You know, and the one of the first things that you realize reading it is that Muhammad is both a poet and a warlord.
And there's kind of a transition that happens midway.
Oh
through
yeah.
the text.
Yeah. Like, he changes a lot of policy halfway through because it wasn't working. You know, so whichever, this is the thing you gotta give it up for him. Muhammad absolutely understood which way the wind blew. He absolutely fucking understood it.
Oh yeah.
You know, and there are, you know how, like, the Bible has all this stuff about, like, you know, like, man should not lie with a man, he's like, all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
The Quran has that about military etiquette.
Yes.
You know, how to divide the treasure, how to execute people, how and when to execute people, especially your generals.
Are taking slaves allowed, and if so, how?
How? Yeah, what are the laws regarding slaves? What rights, if any, do they have? Like, the Quran actually gets in deep with that.
It does.
Yeah, but it's also, as we established, it's a very big text, and it is written very, very poetically.
And then also the fact that besides the Quran, you have to also consider the Sunnah and the Hadith and like everything.
Yeah. And the thing that the Quran has that the Bible does not is that there was a deliberate effort to make sure that the text never changed. Ever. Now, they didn't completely succeed in that.
No.
But putting forth the effort means that it is way closer to the original intent than the Bible is. And it was actually a huge deal to have the Quran translated. Because it was believed, not without reason, that to translate the word would dilute the meaning. And they actually had a point.
There are things in Arabic that when it gets translated into literally anything else, it does lose some of the meaning. It loses some of the even in Arabic. This is okay. For instance, I don't hang out with a lot of mainstream or conservative Muslims.
Oh, yeah.
I don't. I do hang out with Sufis, I've been to several Sufi retreats in my life. Um, I've been blessed enough to actually, not me personally, but I've been blessed enough to be in a group of people who were guests of Sheikh Feraya El Jahari in her. First of all,
Yep.
Sufi Sheikh, who is a woman, by the way, female Sufi Sheikh, in her in a series she was giving at her Torika in Manhattan.
Yeah.
So but even in Arabic, the translation is interesting because, for instance, we all know the thing, right? La ilaha illallah. There is no God but Allah,
Yeah.
right? The Sufis do not interpret it that way. La ilaha illallah. There is nothing outside of God. Not
Yeah.
there is no other God but Allah is everything. There's
Yeah.
nothing outside.
Yeah. And there's
that's a very
actually,
different.
yeah. And even within, I don't want to say Islamic. Okay. If I say Islamic culture proper,
Mhm.
it sounds like I'm trying to discount Sufism there, but like,
You
but
are
hopefully everyone understands what I'm getting at.
Mhm.
The concept of Allah not being a singular figure is actually still there.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's not like God in the Bible, who is a singular figure, who is a singular entity. Allah can be interpreted as a singular entity, but it can also because of the culture, be interpreted to mean the godlike.
Yeah.
It's like Buddha and Buddha consciousness.
Yeah.
You know, it actually has that.
Like it's what's being talked about when Rumi talks
Yeah,
about the fact that the beloved and the lover are one.
yeah, yep,
Like
yeah.
what
No. A lot of the Quran is very beautiful. It's very beautiful.
it
You
truly
know,
is. When describing, like I think it's in the 20th sunnah. I forget exactly, but there's this beautiful passage where it describes, like, of course there are those who are destined for paradise, but the ones who are destined for paradise are those who experience paradise while on earth.
yeah, yeah,
And it's this notion that, like, you know, and again, like, and in Sufism, in the different Sufi tradition, and again, they, like, every tariq, every, like, school of Sufic thought, like, deals differently with this. You'll find Sufi schools that are closer to a more closely Islamic lean, and then you find Sufi tariqs that are more universal. Like,
yeah, yeah.
they lean both ways.
Yeah,
But
but you can't remove Sufism from its Islamic influence.
no, exactly.
Yeah,
You
you
can't do
can't
it.
actually do that. You know.
Exactly. Even, like, even Hazrat Inayat Khan, who started Universal Sufism, was like, I'm saying that there's no difference between. He was saying that, like, Sufism is for everybody, but he was also, like, never really removing it from the Islamic context to which it comes
Well,
from.
yeah, it would have been that would have been a that's a place where Buddhism actually succeeded, where Islam was not able to pull that trick off as successfully. Zen Buddhism, particularly Zen Buddhism, was able to pull that trick. You know, it was able to do that. You know, remove it, elevate it above the culture from which created it. It's one of the few that was able to do that. Joseph Campbell referred to it as axiomatic mythology. You know,
But
basically meaning it is mythology that it is not the story of gods and heroes, but instead a mythic philosophy centered around the mind or the soul or the consciousness. You know, the consciousness is the hero, not a singular entity. And this is particularly true in Zen Buddhism.
Like there's but again, even though like Sufism has never really been able to completely pull that off, even if in its most universal and accepting of, like,
Yeah.
I think like the farthest I've seen is Sufis going like, no, this is like an Islamically based practice, and we kind of stay within that framework, but we think that there's truth in all religions, so we don't think there's a problem with you not being Muslim.
Correct.
To involve in these practices. It's like, oh, okay, cool. Fair enough. But like, but it gets interesting because like there are places that get so close to it. Like there's this one of the retreats that I went to, Pirat Khan, when he was like teaching us how to, because like there's like music and movement in all the ritual, right? Like there's
Yeah. That's actually one of the reasons it's so hard to remove from its Islamic context.
And yet also it's why mainstream Muslims don't trust Sufis, because in mainstream literalist Islam, music is invented by the devil.
Yeah, and holy crap. like it's this happens, ladies and gentlemen. This happens where you have something that is clearly related to something else, yet because it's not pure enough, the people from the culture from which it spawns hate it.
Look at it with suspicion.
Yeah, look at it with suspicion and hatred, or at least a large section of that populace.
Yeah. It's actually it's very funny. There seems to be like this understanding that like the minute Sufis get to like the West, the minute they're able to be in Europe and America, they can actually be a little more direct about like, yeah, God doesn't hate you for being in a different religion. God doesn't hate you for being a woman. It's it's fine.
Yeah.
Whereas like when they're still in like a very like the more rigidly Shariaic countries, they have to be a little more vague.
Yeah. There's a bit of like, I don't know if this is a completely apt metaphor, but this particular aspect of Sufism as a whole is kind of like the difference between the Vatican and the Jesuits.
Kind of, yeah.
It's a little bit like that. Because like one of the things that's really interesting about Jesuits is they are anti-fundamentalist.
Oddly enough, yes.
Yeah, and you see this, and this is actually something that I'm like, why? All right, so we live in the West, so Western culture and history are up our ass,
right?
But we don't talk about the strides in knowledge that were made through the church. Genetics. That's a huge one. The Big Bang Theory. That's another huge one. Those were all developed by Jesuits. Mendel was a Jesuit.
The development of carbon dating was largely funded by the church, even though they didn't directly make it. It was largely funded by it because they were like, "Ooh, we can verify whether or not relics are real."
Yeah, exactly. It's one of the reasons why that within the church the Jesuits are mistrusted, because they are the one. They do not have a literalist interpretation of anything. They consider that the death of thinking.
Now, that being said, they're also the most colonialist aspect.
Yeah. You want the dark side. That's it right there.
Yeah.
You know,
But it's kind of like how, for instance, it's kind of like how like the Franciscans aren't really trusted because they're mystical.
yes. Yeah, Saint Francis. I love Saint Francis because I look at that and I go, can't get rid of Wotan or the Green Man entirely, could ya? Could ya? No, you couldn't.
I also
It was
love
too strong.
Mhm. I'll be honest with you, I also love Saint Francis.
No, he was like, a fucking, you know, he lived in like, you know, Jerusalem and shit. A guy in Jerusalem does not have a French name.
He lived in Spain and France. That's where he lived.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Saint Francis. Yeah, you remember that, right? Oh, and by the way, you're like, but there is a Francis in the Bible.
It's a Latinized
It's a Latinized.
name. Yeah.
That's a translation thing. Also, that's also part of the Bible that they're pretty sure was plagiarized. Well, who plagiarized it? I don't know, probably someone that knew French.
It happens.
It happens. Yeah, it happened.
Scholars are weird in the Middle Ages.
Yeah,
okay?
There was not a concerted effort to preserve the corpus, the text of the Bible, like there was to preserve the text of the Quran.
Oh, and
that's why Filipino Adventists hate Jesuits. Yeah, it's the Spanish influence.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah. I don't tell you.
The France creates the Franciscans. Fucking Spain creates the Inquisition.
Yeah, that's right. The Jesuits were like the leading force in the Inquisition. That shit's crazy.
Oh my god! Yeah, no.
It's really crazy.
Yeah, the history of Christendom is actually super fascinating. Which is one of those things when people are like, oh, well, they just want to take away our Western history and civilization. And I'm like, motherfucker, you bartered that away fucking centuries ago.
With this shit.
Yeah, with this shit. You know, there are many true stories that you could tell that makes you go like, oh, man. All right. I'm not condoning it, but I gotta say, kind of awesome, you know?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Something that I was saying was that, like, so like, when, it's like, as an example of, like Sufism getting close to certain things, when I was at, like, this one retreat, Piridinai Khan, like, taught us, like, oh, okay, so this is, like, this one way that we can do, zikr, you know, like, the repetition of the name. And, so it's like, okay, so you know how, like, for instance, Hindus, we all like to sit crisscross applesauce, and like Muslims like to sit on the knees.
Yeah.
You know, that whole thing. So imagine, like, you know, you're sitting on the knees, like the pillow in the back, right? And as you say this, you know, it's saying La ilaha illallah, that whole thing. So it's, as you're saying La ilaha, you do this motion where you're rotating forward and around from the left to the right. And what does that mean? La ilaha, there is no God.
Yeah.
And we're rotating out, we're looking out into the material world, we don't find God.
Yeah.
So La ilaha, we come back to center.
Yeah. The word and the sound Allah was arrived at the same way that Om was.
Yeah.
You know,
very much so.
Yeah, which is it's a mantra condensed down to like one or two syllables.
Yeah. So you know, this whole like La ilaha, like looking out, there is no God. We come back to center, looking up. Ila, nevertheless, la, God, looking down, coming back in, who is.
Yeah.
So it's there is no God, nevertheless God is, and it's this ritualistic way of like you know what I mean. It's this whole thing of like no, it's this idea that like no, you can find the beloved only by coming back into the center of self,
Yeah.
and it's only then that you realize, oh, they're actually when you sit in the center and in that quiet space and you melt into it, and then it's when you realize, oh, there's no distinction between God and me. That means there's no distinction between God and everything. I am the servant of God because I am a fragment of God. I am a piece of the giant mechanism that is God. It's this very undualistic
Yeah.
concept,
It
and
is.
it's
It is. The essential idea of Islam disconnected from uh fundamentalism.
yeah,
You know, much like Zen Buddhism.
yeah.
Yeah. And by the way, if you're wondering what the difference between Buddhism and Zen Buddhism is, if you're in the West, what you think of as Buddhism is actually Zen Buddhism.
Unless you specifically have actually gone to seek out a specific Buddhist tradition,
Yeah.
what most people in the West think of as Buddhism is Zen.
Yeah. Yeah, there are other kinds. Like the type of Buddhism that is practiced in Tibet is very different.
Yes.
You know, they still have like, you know, deities and stuff.
Yeah.
Whereas Zen Buddhism does not.
Yeah, that's Vajrayana Tantra. That's different.
Yeah, the type of this is actually it's not surprising because Zen Buddhism is the one that spread the farthest. It had the widest reach. You know, it got into everything in Asia.
I do love so much like the origins of Zen in the sense of like, okay, so here's China. We have Chan Buddhism, which is a Mahayana mainstream Buddhism, and we have Taoism. They have a baby, and that baby goes to Japan. It's called Zen.
Yeah. In fact, Zen, it's an Allah, it's an Om.
Yeah.
You know, it is the word that signifies both. Is the sound that signifies everything and nothing.
It is shunyata. It's nothingness. It's emptiness, and therefore it is everything.
Yeah, because that's one of the big things that Zen Buddhism was able to articulate better than any of the others, which is if there is no separation, then oneness is the same as nothingness. That they are identical. It is only an illusion that they are separate things. You know, there is only existence. There is only what is. There is, so therefore, there's no nothingness. But there is emptiness.
Right.
But what's the purpose of emptiness? To be filled. The purpose of emptiness is to be filled. And there you go. You know, that's the core of Zen in a nutshell. And that is what it shares with branches of Sufism and Hinduism and all the other major religions of the East. And Islam has that influence. It is influenced by that because they're the Middle East.
Yeah. And I will say it's one of those weird things where like I will say this: my my religion, my religion is Hinduism. My practice is mysticism.
Yeah.
You know, it's one of those things where it's like I've actually had to explain this to people, like why do you like do all like the Hindu rituals, but then you'll also do like these Sufi Muslim prayers like 3 times a day as well, and I'm just like, well, because I've had teachers who are both, and I honor these things. They're like, yeah, but why can't I'm just like, what you, details? You're missing the principle.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's a very odd line to walk. And it's something that comes naturally to a little bit more naturally to what you would call multiracial people. And by multiracial, I mean like you're half white, half Asian, or half Romani, half Irish, you know, like that kind of thing.
Hi guys, we live here.
Yeah, because you're born into two worlds. Because it's almost never the case. It happens, but it's almost never the case that a multiracial person comes from two people who are multi-ethnic in the same way. So we live in this world. We always live in at least two worlds, and that comes with its own advantages and limitations. One, never properly considered a full part of either world, but you're able to move among them in a way other people can't. They can't. You know, it's too obvious. Like they look at us and they see a foreigner, but it's a foreigner that they're related to.
Yeah, this is what happens when you get overused to hegemony.
Yeah,
you know, it's really what happens. Okay. So we got a question. What's the closest Christianity has come to that respect? To that aspect. So Christian mysticism.
Gnosticism is probably the closest.
I wouldn't even say. Well, personally, I wouldn't even say Gnosticism is definitely a form of it.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't even say that. I would say in RLM, if you want to, there's the YouTube channel Horses, which does very good random semi-dark long video essays. That channel, that guy, he did a very good video essay on Christian mysticism, and I highly recommend that you check it out. But yeah, every single religion has an esoteric stream of thought hidden in it somewhere.
Yeah.
And you know, and again, it's very funny. The Hindu spiritualists, the Sufis, the Christian mystics, and the Kabbalists will all sit together without any problem, and we'll just like fetch and like talk shop about everything, while the lay religious people and the zealots are fighting each other constantly.
Yeah, because a lot of the more mystical forms of these religions, they have a lot in common.
Yeah.
Even it's why I chose Gnosticism, because there is, we have Gnostic texts, and there is specifically the idea of God being the oneness of everything all at once, which is the pleroma. You know, and everything that looks godlike that is not of the pleroma is of Yaldabaoth, who is not quite a devil, but also isn't the good guy.
Oh, the demiurge.
Yeah, the demiurge. Yeah. You know,
Um,
not the good guy, but not a Satan. You know,
right. Oh wait, so Ram is going. So Saint John of the Cross's poetry. Yeah, Saint John of the. Okay, so within the Catholic traditions, your big Christian mystics are going to be Saint John of the Cross, Hildegard of Bingen, Saint Clare, Saint Francis. These are like the big mystics in the Catholic tradition. But oddly enough, or maybe not so oddly enough, the side of Orthodox Christianity that actually keeps the majority of the mystical traditions is the East Orthodox traditions.
yeah, yeah. And for context, the place where the area that is still primarily practiced is in the old Soviet Union.
Yeah, it's the old Soviet Union, actually, also as well as the Middle East, because like the Middle East actually has a lot of like it has a lot of like there's the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, there's the Armenian Orthodox Church, there's the Coptic Orthodox Church, the Russian Orthodox Church, Greek Orthodox Church, but the Orthodox Church is the East Orthodox Church, the Byzantine Church
Yeah,
harbors so much mystical writing, especially since something that they kept after the schism that the Roman Catholic Church completely got rid of is this idea of theokroska, the idea of man becoming like God. Not that necessarily we worship God or come near to God, but by spiritual perfection of exposing ourselves to God, we become like God in the process.
yeah,
That's a whole thing.
yeah. Like, how to put it, man? Uh, Eastern the particularities of the Eastern Orthodox tradition is what gives rise to guys like Rasputin.
my my favorite mad mystic. My
Yeah,
absolute favorite.
yeah. Like he like and this is one of the weird issues because a lot of people forget that Rasputin was technically a Christian.
Yeah,
Like and not in some like bullshit he was kind of like it way, like for real. He was a monk. He was actually a monk.
well, he wasn't. Well, okay, he wasn't. He wasn't a monk or a priest. He was a skoptsech. He was a holy wanderer. He was a he
Right.
was he
That would
he
that
was
make him more of a friar? More like a friar?
it's a different kind of system.
Okay.
It's honestly a different kind of system. Basically, so the skoptsech, their whole thing is that and actually it was not uncommon for this to happen. This wasn't like a rarity really.
Yeah.
These were so in the East Orthodox tradition, there's these, and it still actually happens today. There's this concept of a person can feel a call to want to understand the mysteries of God, the soul, and the self, and they will put on basic clothing, have a pack and a begging bowl, and they will just walk. And he did. For several years, he trekked across Siberia. He trekked across the greater part of Russia itself, which is insane.
Yeah.
Um, but he was a very interesting man. Even if you,
Yeah. Oh,
I
do you know a more modern okay, this is something I love. So, outside of the song Ra Ra Rasputin,
Mhm.
what major 80s cultural figure most closely followed the path of Rasputin?
I don't know.
that we know of.
I don't know, Jack. Please.
Sam Kinison. He did the same thing.
Yeah.
He did the exact same thing. And the reason he became a comedian is that he goes out, he wanders the earth like Kane and Kung Fu, just like fucking Rasputin did. And like Rasputin, he receives revelation. Like Kennison himself talks about this. If you could find it, but he received revelation. And so he went back to his family's church because he was a member of a family like the Righteous Gemstones.
Oh, okay.
You know, so he comes back and he preaches his revelation. And his revelation is if God is all there is and love is everything, then there is no opposite. Jesus loves you. No matter how wretched you are or what you think you have done, Jesus loves you. Every man is your brother. Every woman is your sister.
Hell ain't a place. It's a state of mind. Get out of it now.
Yeah, get out of it now. Yeah, like that's something he literally says. It's something he literally preached. And they pushed him out.
I was about to say he got in trouble for that.
Yeah, he got into huge trouble for that. And he became so disillusioned. Because remember, like, this guy actually has an ecstatic experience. Like, he's one of those guys that, like, no, God actually talked to me for real and answered my questions. He is so disgusted with the reactions of the religious leaders that were his family. He quits, renounces religion, and becomes a comedian.
The true religion.
Yeah. Yeah, like Sam Kinison, Bill Hicks, they both followed a very similar path.
Yeah, because Bill Hicks was a Baptist.
Yeah, he was one of those guys who was considered to I forget what they call it, but like, you know, like the gift of essentially the gift of gab, right?
Yeah.
You know, he could speak with the voice of God, you know.
Oh, the actual gift of tongues. Like
Yeah. Like he has the ability to, like, you know, he's got a preacher's talent.
Yeah.
And they wanted him to do that, and he did as well. He wanted to go into that, but became disillusioned at a much younger age than Kinison. But at roughly the same time. Kinison was an older dude.
And then he took mushrooms, then he actually saw God.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute.
And Bill Hicks quite literally believed that his gospel, the comedy that he spread, was his gospel, the gospel of Bill Hicks.
I have a framed picture of him in the house. I do. I love it. He's one of my favorite saints, Bill Hicks. I love it.
Yeah, especially if you watch his specials with that in mind, you start to see it, particularly as you get to the closing bits. You know, the stuff where he says where we could explore space forever, eternally, in peace and happiness. You know, and he, because everything he's doing in those moments, that's revival preacher shit.
It is.
Yeah, it's revival preacher stuff.
His whole bit about how Dan Quayle was evil is also revival preacher shit. It's hilarious.
Yeah. Like his whole thing about it, Rush Limbaugh comes and a fucking worm comes out of his dick, and like, listen to it again and think about Preacher Man saying it, and you'll catch it. You'll catch it. It's the same cadence, said in the same tone, but it's this. Not, you gotta come to Jesus, you know. A lot of people also don't know that the Talking Heads, their big hit, like Once in a Lifetime, that's also based on revival preacher talk.
Yeah, of course.
You may find yourself living in a shotgun shack. you might find yourself on another side of the world. And so if you're like, wait, these lyrics don't make any sense. Right. Because he is imitating that style of giving testament. And it doesn't make sense. It's a bunch of things that are vaguely connected so that they sound like they have a relationship with each other, but actually don't.
Oh, by the way, actual fun thing about Rasputin. I'm sorry, Rasputin is like literally one of my favorite historical figures, and it just fucking pisses
He's
me.
so fascinating.
It pisses me off that we promote the lies about him, because I mean the ones that we know are lies. That's the that's the thing that pisses me off, because if you take all that away and you're left with things that we know are true, it's still fascinating.
Yeah.
It's still a fascinatingly polarizing figure.
Yeah, you could. The funny thing is that fantastic interpretations that have him being like a vampire, you can actually build a historical case for.
I was scary and sad.
Yeah, so weird is that?
Like, okay, I hate the whole thing of like, and he was dicking down the Tsarina. No, he was.
No. That he was not. He was
Absolutely
not.
false.
He was not fucking Anastasia's mom.
No, absolutely not. Nor was he fucking either of the princesses. This was not happening. He was not fucking anyone within the immediate royal family. That would have been a terrible idea.
Yeah, that would have embroiled him in the politics of the court, which he avoided.
And
Now, did the Tsarina have orgasms in Rasputin's presence? Absolutely. But he could do that with his voice and his stare.
And that's not really the same thing, now is it, children?
Yeah. Like, was he trying to seduce the Tsarina? Oh, yeah. Did he succeed? Oh, yeah. But was there literal dicking down? Probably not.
I mean, okay, have any of us who have taken acid or like high dosage of psychotropics, can we honestly say that God and the universe have not given us orgasms before? Of course they have.
Of course they have. And in fact, in some of the old goddess religions, that's what that is.
Exactly.
The orgasm is you touching the etheric plane. You know, you having union with divinity.
Is an ecstatic and orgasmic experience. It just simply is. Just like, oh, but Yogi, I heard that there was this thing once about how Rasputin got drunk and he got on a table and he pulled out his dick and he said, "This is the altar that the Tsarina prays at." No, incorrect. False information.
That was propaganda. Yeah.
Created by the people in the police state of Tsarist Russia who did not like him and were feeding lies to the Tsarina in hopes that she would fire him, to which she laughed at those claims and said, "That's bullshit and you both know it."
Yeah, what is it about? This is one of the particularities of Russian culture that I find very interesting.
It's always the police.
They love, the state loves making lies about leaders that they hate. Like that a group of people who basically the members of I don't know what you call them, because Russia almost always has some form of police state, but it's not what it was called at the time.
That's what it is.
Yeah, but it's essentially what it is. That's what happened to Catherine the Great.
Yeah.
You know, like that.
God, she tried. She really did. She really fucking tried.
Yeah.
We appreciate her for it.
But there's something in Russian culture that just creates, that.
The last people to have Russia under control were the Mongols, and they got sick of it.
Yeah, they got frustrated and went home. You know, if the Khan hadn't died a second time within 10 years, Kiev probably would have fallen.
Yeah.
Power word orgasm. Yes.
Yeah.
You know, and this is like what I mean by there's actual like I forget, would you call it circumstantial or there's actually some historical evidence that would link Rasputin with vampires. One being the mesmerism.
Yeah.
You know?
Or and a fun thing about him, like even though he was a like a rampant womanizer and had like so much sex, he had so much fucking sex. That being said, he talked about women's rights, and he liked gypsies, and he said that Muslims, Jews, Christians, and Hindus should learn to live together because we're all children of God, and it doesn't matter what religion we are. So he was hooked into something. He was into something going on.
Yeah, there was something going on, like, and there is something Manson-like about him. You know, like Charlie Manson had that same effect on people, just not. But I would say that Rasputin was more potent.
I do also find it funny that so far, as far as I can tell, Rasputin is the only person I can find who literally all 6 of his prophecies came true.
Yeah, because he was a smart guy.
They all came true, and I was just like, it's just.
You did hear that Rasputin was also a sex predator? Oh, hell yeah! Hell yeah!
Oh, also, Rasputin by icon. He had sex with men and women.
Yeah.
In fact, was it?
Yeah. How to put it? Rasputin, not a good guy, just a fascinating one.
Well, you know what the thing is, like, he wasn't a good guy, but he wasn't an evil guy. He was a human. He was complicated.
Yeah, he was very human. You know, he was who he was. You know, and there are very few who reach that. You know, and not without good reason. You know, it could, if you try to make your God out of yourself, you may not succeed, but you will definitely be a monster.
Cute little cat girl says, I had no idea that Rasputin was so progressive.
Yeah, he actually was. Yeah, he was.
Enough,
weirdly enough. You know?
Most of the more horrendous things that you hear about him doing, again, are bullshit. A lot of the more outrageous things is just pure propaganda, and this was based in the fact that he was a peasant telling aristocrats what to do.
Yeah.
The aristocracy hated this common filthy man. Well, again, not even filthy, because when he got apartments in St. Petersburg, he bathed and combed his hair and dressed in nicer shirts, but they were always like, but it was always basic. He never was not a peasant. You know, he was never not that. And they just couldn't fucking stand this peasant man. I think in one of like the earlier accounts of like when the Tsarina like starts to ask him things privately, there's a because we only know about it because the Tsarina writes about it in her journal. There's an exchange that they have where he goes like, "Do you believe in God, Mama?" Well, I pray. I look for like, but do you believe? Well and truly and utterly believe in God. There are times when I'm not sure. Then you must beg. Put yourself on your knees. Beg like a peasant in the street, like a beggar. do it now. And she's like, what the fuck did you just say to me?
Yeah.
And he's like, no, it doesn't. He very much had this thing of like, you think I give a shit that you're the queen? You're asking me about a spiritual matter. You need to You need to like, bow down.
Yeah, and one of
know?
the things another thing that's really fascinating about Rasputin is he actually did respect the queen.
Very much so.
He actually did respect her. Nicholas, on the other hand, he had no respect for.
Which is funny because he referred to Nikolai and Alexandra as Papa and Mama. He referred to them this way because he would always say, "No, you're the father and the mother of the nation.
Yeah.
You are Russia. That's what you are. That's what you're supposed to be." Though I do find it funny, told Tsar Nicholas right away, "Don't get involved in World War I. Don't do it."
Yeah, that's a bad idea. That's not going to go well.
He literally said it would lead to starvation, and it did.
Yeah.
Again, the peasant man. He might know a bit more about what's going on outside the city. Just saying.
Yeah. Well, it's why a nation should put the good of its people above almost everything else. Because if you don't, things start to disintegrate. A lot of people are like, "Oh, this is just bread and circuses," and or whatever. And I am like, is there still enough bread? Because if there is still enough bread,
and it's affordable,
and it's and they can get it, everything's gonna be basically okay. Because the majority of people have no need of the treachery of kings. Maybe the king needs it, but the farmer does not. No use for it.
I'll be honest with you, Jack, on that principle, I got very worried in the grocery store the other day.
Oh, yeah?
Because I overheard people. I was near the bakery because I was just getting cookies. So that this is a luxury item. It's going to be a little price. It's fine. I was near the bakery. I overheard people going, "Bread is how much now?" And I was like,
yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. Scary. It's getting scary. Oh, by the way, cute little cat girl, you asked a question ages ago about voodoo, and it's probably one we should address. She asks, "Hey, Jack Yogi, there's a question. Voodoo is strictly a black religion, but my question is, if a black person has a baby with a white person, they have a mixed race kid, could the mixed race kid be part of the voodoo religion, even if the kid's like white as white bread?" That connection to blackness is the essential part, because you have to remember that the Creole, which are the combination of African and French primarily, is almost synonymous with voodoo.
Yeah.
So the biggest thing is you can't, how to put it, you can't be a colonizer, would be the proper way to see it. It's not about your skin tone. It's about the things that you have been taught. And because, for example, being a Mambo or an Ungan is a position of servitude, of humbling yourself and inviting the Loa in.
That and with that being said, the real honestly, the real answer is of like, can the kid participate? The real answer is if the mumbo or the ogan says, yes, this child is welcome, there is a Loa who has claimed the crown of this child. That's all that.
Yeah,
really
yeah,
needs to happen.
that's gonna be what sticks. At least in Louisiana voodoo.
Actually, also Haitian, believe it or not. I've seen, like, even in Asian voodoo, I've like run into like one or two like white people who have been initiated.
Yeah, it's rare. It's very rare because how to put it? Not a lot of white people get it, and it's clear. It's very obvious. But one of the other things that is considered important, are albinos. And being an albino often in the context of voodoo will supersede anything else. Like a white albino, an albino born to white people and an albino born to black people, as far as kinship is concerned, they're on equal footing. Everything else has to be, is about proving yourself an initiation.
I'll be honest with you. When I like the one or two times I've run into like white people who are like legitimately like initiated in Asian voodoo, I won't lie, it was a strange occurrence the one or two times that I've met people, but at the same time I was like, well, the priests seem to agree. Who the fuck am I to say anything?
Yeah.
You know,
yeah. To go against them, to go against, the proverbial witch doctor on this matter. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but you can't just be saying that shit.
When the person who allows the Loa to speak says that the Loa have claimed a person, that's it.
Yeah. That's that's supposed to be the last word. It isn't always, but it is supposed to be.
Flashman, no! Flashman, no! You can't be Drake, essentially. Flashman, no!
Oh!
Stop it! He's already dead.
Although that brings up an important point. I'll say this.
Not like us.
I'll say this. Woo. In terms of voodoo, Kanye's still at least in the running.
That's fucked up. That's fucked
but
up.
It's true.
No,
but he's obviously touched. He's obviously touched.
By who is the question?
Yeah, by who is the question? But Drake, oh fuck you. He's done.
Bro, did y'all see? Did anyone else besides me see this? Did y'all see that fucking Oscar Mayer fucking roasted Drake in an ad campaign?
No, I didn't see this.
Bro, it was fucked up, but it was amazing. It was you know how like sometimes like on Instagram or Twitter or like or Threads or anything like that, like, a company will just put like a still image as an advert that like comes across the feed. You know what I mean? Oscar Mayer made a still image ad where it was two thick ass Oscar Mayer hot dogs and buns, and it had like mustard on each of them, but the mustard on the two hot dogs spelled out BBL Glizzy. And I was like, no, pack it up.
Yeah, pack it up. It's done. Call the police. There's been a murder.
You're done. You're fucking done. When Oscar Mayer Wiener fucking roasts your ass.
Yeah.
Man,
Like,
fucking-
I'll say this. I'll say this though. I'm
Fucking-
wondering if
Fucking Kendrick murdered him, and goddamn Oscar Mayer just eating the remains. Holy shit!
well, like for me, it's like I'm not sure. If you told me Kendrick was one of the Loa, I would believe it because there ain't no way Drake ain't looking at the crossroads.
Man, but you gotta understand, Kendrick, he got loyalty, got royalty
Inside his DNA. Yeah.
No, dude. When Meet the Grams hit, I died. I hit the fucking floor. I was like, okay. First of all, can we? Okay, because we haven't talked. You and I haven't talked about this yet. So let's talk about this for a hot second. First of all, oh, someone asked me why am I not on video? My camera ain't working for shit. I'm sorry. But okay, let's talk about this for a second. First of all, Kendrick has not liked Drake for a long time.
Oh, no. That's not an animosity that came out of nowhere.
No, this has been for a long time. And here's the thing. We all know, anyone who actually pays attention to music knows this. Kendrick, for a long time, has been like, yeah, I'm coming after people. And then in interviews be like, yeah, no, it's a game. It's rap. It's a competition. But, I got nothing but love for all these artists. And most artists went, cool,
All right,
respect.
cool.
I see
Yeah.
you. I got you. Drake. I don't like that. No.
I couldn't tell. But some of you are sharing bars like you're living in a two-man cell. Something in the water. Yeah, like, no. Kendrick has been dissing Drake forever.
But here's the thing. First of all, I think it's wild as shit that, again, Drake, the guy who was like, no, don't just like come at people like that. That's not. First of all, can we talk about the fact that, first of all, Drake tried to diss Pusha T.
I will say this, however. I can't believe I live in a world where P. Diddy proved himself to be way more gangster than Drake.
Oh, I can. No.
Holy shit.
No, okay. No,
I
no,
did
no,
not
okay.
know the extent of what Diddy did.
No. Okay. Can I? Okay. We gonna come back. No, we gonna come back to the Drake thing because no, you and I need to fucking talk about this shit right the fuck now. I don't know. Again, I don't know how much you know or knew about Diddy or about his life and shit like that. But Jack, are you aware?
I didn't know a lot.
Are you aware of who Diddy's dad ran with?
No. I look.
Are you
I heard
currently...
P. Diddy's music and I was out.
No. Okay. See, here's the thing. You should have been paying attention. Because I'll tell you right the fuck now. Anyone who's known about Diddy for a while will tell you people were fucking scared of him. And there's a reason people are scared of him, Jack. Do you, again, so I'll ask the question again. Do you know who his dad was running with?
No, I don't.
His dad ran with Frank Lucas.
Oh.
Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, the person, the real life person that Denzel Washington plays in American Gangster, Frank Lucas.
Frank Lucas, yeah.
That's who did so. That's where that connection goes.
Yikes.
So,
yikes! I didn't know that.
Yeah,
it makes sense now. But to me, P. Diddy was that guy who wrote that music that was in all those movies I hated.
see that's the but see that's the thing, right? That you see, here's the thing, like so minorly, Diddy's music is like the most minor part of his career. His whole thing is like, it's
Yeah.
like, oh, you know, I own things and I produce things and I procure things. It's like that. This means he fucking like sex trafficking, drug running,
I
gun
do
running. That's
things for people.
yeah. That's who Diddy has been. This is why, I mean, you know about like Biggie's mom's coming after him now, right?
What?
Because she is pretty sure that Diddy has something to do with Biggie shooting. Because you'll notice, because here's the thing, my dude. Here's the thing, my dude. Everyone who, because here's the thing, if you really look into it, back in the day, Biggie was saying that he knew shit. And so did Tupac, actually. Tupac also said that he knew shit. This whole thing with Diddy goes back way back.
Damn.
And Biggie's mom is convinced that Diddy either killed Biggie himself or had Biggie killed. She is convinced. There's only one person who claimed to have known shit about Diddy who is currently alive, and that man was shot, was in a coma for several years, and now and when he came out of it was like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yikes.
And I guarantee you that is the only reason that man is alive.
Good gravy. That is.
Damn it, what didn't Diddy do? He did everything. He did everything.
Okay, so what you're telling me is he and Suge Knight got a lot in common.
You know what? That is a very apt comparison.
Yeah.
That is an apt comparison.
Dude. Like, when you look into Suge Knight and everything that he did, you're just sort of like, oh my God. You know, good. Yeah, it's don't know who got that video of P. Diddy out, but that changed a lot of shit.
Whoever did that is in hype.
Yeah.
I'll tell you
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah.
Also, what the fuck was this whole thing? Like the plane took off, it landed in Antigua, it came back. He wasn't on the plane. That whole shit was crazy. He would simultaneous raids on all his homes. He was not in any of them.
Yeah.
This man is like one of the greatest supervillains. He really.
Yeah. Who would have thought, right? Who'd have thunk it? You know, who outside of the rap world would have known? You know. Oh, what video? The video of P. Diddy like beating his girlfriend. Because.
Which led to everything else getting exposed.
Yeah. Like, let me put it this way. You know that Mel Gibson tape that was leaked? It's one thing to hear a guy making those threats. It's another to watch it happen. And listening to it is already way over the line.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're like, dude, just saying this like this, that's already over the line. Like, that is so over the line, I don't think you can see it from here. But watching someone do it. The unnecessary brutality of it all. Like, I don't know how to say it. Diddy didn't just like beat this woman. He beat this woman, picked up a vase, and hit her with it after he had already beaten her.
You know, he is a sociopath. He really is. He's a violent sociopath.
Yeah, like he beat her into unconsciousness. She started to get up and he hits her with a vase. I am amazed she didn't die. Like, for real. Yeah, because I watched that thing and I was like, oh my God. Like, let me put it this way. If this had been like a fictional movie, that girl would have just straight up have been murdered at that moment.
Yeah.
Because you're like, there is no way she's getting back up. Like, she is dead. But
Thank
no,
goodness
she didn't
did,
die.
but- Thank goodness she did, but oh my God.
Yeah.
You know? Like,
Yeah, and then paid the hotel to hide the evidence.
because he's Diddy. You know?
Yeah. Oh no, what Mike Tyson did ain't nothing compared to this. Like, I believe Mike Tyson hit Robin Givens. I believe he was physically abusive and emotionally abusive. But I also believe that with Mike Tyson, a lot of it was that's his trauma response.
Which is not an excuse.
It's not an
but-
excuse, but you're like, oh, there's the trigger. That's what happens when he's triggered.
Whereas this shit with Diddy is just pure brutalism. It's like nothing else besides it. It's just pure unadulterated brutalism.
Yeah, maybe a better way of saying that would be if Mike Tyson had killed Robin Givens, I believe Mike Tyson would have regretted that. Diddy does not care. He clearly does not care.
Yeah. Again, he's a violent sociopath. He's no empathy or compassion for any other living thing.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, and whoa. Yeah, because it's clear that, like, he is beating this woman because she is trying to get away. They didn't get into a fight, and then she decided to leave. She tried to get out. He caught her, and then the violence starts. And it's done with such ease that you're like, yeah, this ain't the first time.
It's not. Yeah, it's not.
Not the
it
first
is
time,
second-
probably wouldn't the last.
It is second nature and not even a thought to him.
Yeah.
When he does this shit. It's awful.
Yeah, like, how to put it? As fucked up as it was, Mike Tyson did let Robin Givens leave.
He won't do the same with Logan.
Did he?
But
Yeah. Oh, good God. But
You- you-
no,
you-
Diddy don't care. He do
Yeah.
not care. You know, like, no, it's one of those things where, like R. Kelly, you're like, oh no, this man is evil.
Yeah.
You know, Mike Tyson may be a monster, but I don't believe he is completely evil. Those two men, I believe, are completely evil. You know.
So that's the thing.
No. P. Diddy's not the guy who said sexual harassment in a song. That would be CeeLo Green.
CeeLo Green. Which that disappointed the shit out of me.
Yeah. It's just like, did CeeLo sexually assault women? Yeah. Yeah, he did. But we're not talking about that.
I am. I
Like-
can't listen
like-
to that music anymore. I
Yeah,
can't.
yeah. But I mean, like, if we're, well, let me put it this way: comparing that against like R. Kelly and P. Diddy, like, it can't even be on the same chart.
Which is legitimately horrible.
It's super horrifying because you're just sort of like, let me put it this way. All right. Do you know when the FBI does a raid against all your properties simultaneously and tries to haul you in, do its damnedest to haul you in that way? There's one thing that does that, and it's not drug trafficking. It's child trafficking.
And he was. We know it. We know he was.
Yeah.
We know he was trafficking on.
Yeah, the minute it was like they raided like 4 of his homes, I was like, oh shit, he was trafficking children.
Yeah.
They don't do that for anything else.
They used to do it for certain types of militant threats, but after Waco, they don't do that shit no more.
No, they do not. Yeah, and that was the ATF.
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah, no, you're right. The FBI, yeah, okay, you're right.
FBI, much more methodical.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know much about rappers other than from the Boondocks.
Well, so back real quick to the Drake shit. First of all, again, as I was saying, I cannot believe that Drake, the man who all his albums are about his feelings,
I know.
Drake decided, I'm gonna try to diss Pusha T. And because you remember this, right? This is how this shit started.
Yeah.
And look, I'm not here to say that just because Drake was born and raised in a particular type of life that he didn't have struggles. We all have struggles. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you don't do that.
Yeah,
Again,
Drake, by the way, just to be clear, Drake is not the kind of evil that P. Diddy is. Drake is just an asshole.
And a pedophile.
But, you know, like,
but you don't like do that. You don't come out and try to do that like with someone who's like had an actual hard life. You don't come at Pusha T like that.
No, that's not going to go well for you.
Don't do that. And so he writes this thing about Pusha T, and Pusha T's response is, "You have a son," and we all went, "What?" And oh my god! And then like the whole thing with him and Kendrick restart, and then like, dude, like I said, when Meet the Grams came out, I was like, "Oh no, no, this." No, no. First of all, I don't think people have really even dissected how deep Kendrick's disses, multiple diss tracks against Drake really are.
Oh no, that was some Muhammad Ali shit.
Like I don't think
that was Muhammad Ali of rap battle. Like it's so one-sided, it was ridiculous.
Like, okay, you know how like one of the tracks there's that line, I actually like Back to Back. I'll come back to that on the next track. Remember that?
Yes.
You know he's not talking about Drake's song Back to Back, right? He's not talking about that.
Correct. Yeah.
He's talking about the fucking album that his uncles and dad made. Mo Green. That is damn.
Yep.
Brought multiple generations of his family. Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Well, it was one of those things where I couldn't, I totally believed that Drake had the ego to do this. I just didn't think he was that stupid. Because that's one of those, you're gonna start a beef with Kendrick Lamar.
Because I don't think people.
What?
Because, okay.
Like, there is a reason nobody does that. He will destroy you.
Okay. The comedian Josh Johnson pointed something out that I don't think a lot of people had considered when it comes to this whole thing with Drake and Kendrick. You know what that is? Is that Drake is a celebrity.
Correct.
Kendrick Lamar is famous and well lauded, but Drake is a celebrity. Kendrick doesn't really live like that.
No.
So
Kendrick is a bard.
Yeah. But here's the thing about that, right? And again, Josh Johnson pointed this out, and I thought it was actually really apt, was him just going like, Drake, Kendrick does nothing but hang out with his wife and children and write. That's all he does. He literally has all day to do this, and he is the happiest when he does this. And right now, he's the happiest when he does it and hating you.
Yeah.
You are not walking away.
Yeah, you're not walking away from this. Like, no. That's what Alan Moore means by if you cross a bard.
Yeah.
You know, if you cross a bard, he may cast a satire upon you, which could destroy you in the eyes of your community, in the eyes of your family. And if it's a particularly good satire, it could destroy you in your own eyes, so that centuries from now, people would be laughing at you for all of your pettiness and stupidity. That's what just happened to Drake. That is exactly what fucking happened to him. He fucking pissed off a 20th level bard. And he fucking cast Vicious Mockery and used all the spell slots.
But he only a level 3, though. Drake only a level 3.
Drake only level 3. Yep.
Oh, damn. No, Vampirus Coffin. We don't play Drake in the hood. LOL, he ain't like us.
Oh, man.
Look, I need to express this. I am a non-white person, but I am not black. I don't really have the room to discuss not like us. That's not for me to get, you know what I mean? That's not for me to get into. But I will say this. God damn. Like, just God damn.
Yeah, like, let me put it this way. I can say this now, and it is now a diss. Drake? You mean that guy that's not Usher?
Oh.
Before the Kendrick thing, that wouldn't have landed. That wouldn't have landed.
Damn. Kendrick hit him so hard he could be the butt of an Usher joke. Kendrick hit Drake so hard he could be the butt of an Usher joke.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's what happens. I don't know what to say other than like, well, yeah, that's what happens. Like the guy wrote To Pimp a Butterfly. You didn't have a shot. You had no chance.
When the four corners of this cocoon collide, you'll be bitch slapped.
Yeah, Kendrick gonna put hands on you. That's just gonna be it, you know? Like, nah, he fucking wizard battled that guy and won. You know, and it's like, and it was kind of one of those things. I didn't want it to stop, but at the same time, there was a part of me where it's like, stop, he's already dead.
Oh, damn. Giovanni Alvarez. In my last creative writing class, my professor, who's a black Gen Xer, asked us who were Kendrick fans and who were Drake fans. All the class, included me, rose up hands up for Kendrick, but only one put his hand up for Drake. Damn.
You all look at the one Drake fan. It's like, motherfucker, you are up on current events, right?
Are you aware of the events in the year of our Lord 2024?
Oh, yeah. Nah. Cremated. Ain't no amount of lotion gonna fix that. It's just not gonna happen.
And you know what's you know what's kind of fucked up, really? And it really does okay. I need you to really listen to what I'm about to say, because I really feel that it shows just how big this beef is. 2 to 3 months ago, I would have thought, and most of us would have thought, I thought the biggest musical thing this year was going to be Beyonce fucking slaying a country album.
Oh shit, I forgot about that.
This overshadowed Beyonce. Think about that.
Oh shit, you're right.
Think about that for a hot second.
Shit, you're right.
Y'all forgot about that shit.
I totally fucking forgot.
Yeah, sit with that for a second. And I'm just saying, you remember that album slaps. That album's fucking amazing. That album was Beyonce going, no, country's black now, and you can't do nothing
about it. Yeah. Look, if a white girl could try to cut a rap out, if fucking Hannah Montana could try to cut a rap album, kiss my ass.
Flashman, no. Drake, you mean that guy who isn't Snow? Ah!
Oh. No. Oh. I never cared for Drake anyway. Oh man. The funny thing is that I always was like,
oh my god, Flashman's right. Y'all forgot about the Nicki Meg the Stallion beef, didn't you? Oh
yeah. Yeah. I did. Fuck.
Well, okay. Wait, hold on. Now, Flashman, I want to see if you agree, and I want to see if Jack agrees. I want to see if the chat agrees. I feel that part of the reason we forgot about the Meg the Stallion Nicki Minaj beef was because after Hiss, what the fuck was Nicki gonna do? Really?
Yeah.
I mean, really? That just kind of said... My girl said the G stand for goofy, and it's still cut like a fucking knife. She made that work. And also said, by the way, I'm going to do this in like 3 different meters, and you're not going to notice until someone points it out because of how seamless this is going to be. So really, what was... Literally anything that Nicki were to say after that doesn't matter. I'm sorry.
Yeah. All right. I did learn one thing. Don't get in a threesome with Megan Thee Stallion if you don't want to be in the album.
No.
It's going in, baby.
You know what, though? Something tells me, and I could be wrong, but something about Meg the Stallion tells me that she's upfront about it and goes like, you know, if we fucking, I'm talking about it, right? Like, I feel like she
I hope that's true. I hope that's true because, like, well, the funny thing is that you put Megan Thee Stallion against, like, you know, the people she has been accused of being in all girl threesomes with, right? So like
Mhm.
Megan Thee Stallion, fucking Nicki Minaj, and was it Doja Cat or
I think it was.
yeah, I think it
Doja
was
Cat.
Doja Cat. Yeah, because she did that because Megan Thee Stallion did that song Kitty Cat. That was an entire dishonor for fucking complaining, for fucking saying that Megan Thee Stallion has assaulted her. You put those three together, and there is only one that I absolutely believe has sex with women on the reg. Know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I look at Doja Cat, I look at Nicki Minaj, and I'm like, yeah, no, you're just playing the bisexual game. Megan Thee Stallion is living it. You know, not saying she couldn't possibly assault somebody, but this is starting to sound like every time somebody had a bisexual experience and then tried to walk it back.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I still can't get over. Hi, Meg the Stallion stood here with all the good hair, eyebrows done, face beat, nails on game, in an outfit made out of red tape straps, ass all the way out, and said, I think you a G, but the G stands for goofy. I dead, done, no comeback. And what the fuck? Because really think about it. What did Nikki say about her? What was she able to say about her? It's like, your feet big. I'm like, that's
yeah, Megan Thee Stallion is bigger than both of you. Like, just in general.
yeah. And I'm just like, is that really all you can do?
Yeah,
With
Megan
this?
is not short and petite. No, she big girl. Fucking. If you're like, no, she's small, that's because you've only seen her in that episode of She-Hulk, where they make girl look like 10 feet fucking tall. Megan Stein's actually pretty big. You know, she's tall. You know.
Also, I'm just gonna say with the hiss video, I will say this: were the 10 complete costume changes absolutely necessary?
Yes. Yes, and you are a heathen and a liar to think otherwise.
And she fucking worked every single look.
I love Megan Thee Stallion videos. They are so beautifully, wonderfully obnoxious.
See,
Every one of them, like, when I look at Megan Thee Stallion, the video I consistently most think of as being the predecessor to the kind of videos that she makes is Sir Mix-a-Lot's video from Baby Got Back, which is so beautifully obnoxious. Because there is not a Megan Thee Stallion video where there is not people twerking or in inappropriate places, punching or otherwise threatening an old white guy, and just doing shit where you're not supposed to fucking do it. Like, has she actually done one of those videos in a church yet? Because if not, that needs to happen.
I agree.
Man, she could fucking yeah. Like, yeah, WAP. That's way more Megan Thee Stallion than Nicki Minaj. Actually, it was Nicki Minaj she did that one with, right?
Well, WAP is Cardi B though.
Oh, WAP was Cardi B. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah, WAP is Cardi B. But hey, I also love that song because as far as I'm concerned, I don't think Ben Shapiro ever recovered from that. I could be wrong, but I don't think he ever recovered from that.
Good.
I mean, no. I really
Good.
think about it for a hot second. After he outed himself with that, have you really seen him do anything or say anything since? I haven't.
Ah. Good. Good. I want that guy. I want that guy. Look. I hope he stubs his big toe and it never works right again. I fucking hope that every time he eats barbecue, fucking he always, at least once every meal, he fucking bites way too hard on a piece of bone that's been left in there. I hope that he gets hit in the face so hard, one of his eyes doesn't work right, but not in a way that can be corrected. Just a little bit, so it's annoying.
I hope he gets irritative razor rash on one spot on the bottom left side of his chin, and it never goes away, even when the stubble comes through.
I hope that every time he fucking he eats potato chips, there's always that one super extra hard one in there. I hope that 1 out of every 3 times he goes to the bathroom, it feels like razor blades are going through his ass.
May Ben Shapiro live to have a house with 100 rooms, and in each of those 100 rooms may there be 100 beds, and may he live to have a crippling migraine strong enough to faint in every single one of those beds. And speaking of like right-wing pundits, let's go from like the pick-me Jew who's trying to appease Nazis to someone
Yeah. Okay, Ben. Yeah, we're still talking about Ben. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, let's go from that to like the everyone's favorite loud secret Nazi who pretends like he's not a Nazi. You heard that Alex Jones is losing his show, right?
I didn't know. I forgot that he still had one.
He does, but like it's all going. No, everything, the website, everything, it's all going away.
Nice.
He's fucking done. He's fucking done. And I know that because this motherfucker, you know how his whole thing, you know how like so often it's like, oh, we're gonna shut down every day, like, you know, like we need your donations, blah, blah, blah. You know, that whole shtick.
Yeah.
He didn't do that, Jack. He didn't do that.
How
He
come?
came on. Jack.
Yeah.
He wasn't even trying to shill for donations anymore. He came on his show and legitimately went, I really need my fans to know that I'm not sure how much longer we're going to be able to keep the show going. I believe the globalists, you know, they've won. And that was it. He said that, and I was like, oh shit.
I hope every time that Ben Shapiro farts, a little bit of diarrhea comes out.
Just a little bit.
I hope that every time he turns a page, he gets a paper cut, but not enough that it hurts immediately. that only hurts when he touches his own dick. I hope that he gets a bone spur on the end of his fucking finger.
I hope he gets a permanent paper cut on his middle finger that he constantly forgets about until he touches something that contains vinegar or lemon.
I hope whatever his fucking nickname was in high school comes back and never goes away.
I hope he loses all his bobby pins and barrettes so he could never wear a yarmulke again.
I hope every third or fifth step, randomly determined, of course, his knee just randomly gives out. I hope every dog he tries to pet farts in his face.
I hope every cat he meets pisses on his shoe. Damn, Flashman. I hope Meg the Stallion steals Ben Shapiro's wife. Quick, someone get Meg on the phone. We got an idea.
We got an idea. We got a job for you, Megan Thee Stallion. Will you do it for us? For America? Oh, man.
It's too much. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy out here.
I hope. Go
ahead.
I hope that Ben Shapiro. I hope that his dick gets huge, but is constantly erect even when he pisses.
Well, shit.
Yeah. I hope every red light he ever runs into turns red just because he's there.
All right. I must say, I'm fucking fading.
All right. Let's see. Flashman's like, I hope he visits Jim Henson's studio zone. He'd be locked in a crate because they confused him for a Muppet.
Flashman, you can't confuse Ben Shapiro for a Muppet. Muppets are lifelike.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of which, real quick before you go, have you seen the show, Netflix show Eric?
I haven't seen it. I've seen the commercial. It looks good.
It's really good. It's really good. It is, in many ways, it's like what if Happy was a straight up drama about a guy looking for his missing kid. It's real good. You know?
All
right. So I want to thank, once again, I want to thank Flashman. Let's give him a couple of extra Hail Satans. Hail Satan. Hail Satan. For Flashman. Thank you for the donation, man. And I hope
dead. Satan
lives. The year is one. You know. Until next time, Ave Stas. Yogi, I want to thank you for coming in as well.
Yeah, of course, man. No problem.
We haven't been able to chat for a while.
The children and the education is a lot.
Is the children learning?
The children is learning, but God, do I have to make them learn?
Yeah, it can be hard. It could be tricky. And I want to thank all of you for coming down and watching our beautiful nonsense. Hopefully something we said entertained you. Until next time, Ave Satanas, Disco Inferno. Remember, Satan and I love you all very much. I'll be back on Monday at 7 p.m. right here on YouTube. Till then, take care and remember to wash your ass.
Hail Satan, everybody.